You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my you are my you are my every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my you are my you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
All right, everybody at IG League here. Welcome back. It is I, Enju, joined by Disco Cast. Disco, how you feeling today?
I am feeling fantastic, and I'm pretty excited for what we've got in store here. Obviously, my favorite team that I've been championing for several months now is going to be making their debut here in the opening match today.
And would that be Team UTA or Team Neko Cafe Uwu?
Oh, you know it's got to be Neko Cafe Uwu, man. That is the absolute goated team. You guys probably haven't heard of them, but they've been grinding the tier 5 scene underground for some time now.
You know, an underground Neko Cafe is always what I want to visit today. But let's talk sponsors. IG League Valorant is also having a whole league series coming up soon. If you want a chance to compete in a more frequent competitive league, keep an eye on the Discord and Twitter at IG League Esports for more information. Solo Arena private matchmaking currently is in beta over at the IG League website. And our sponsor today, NeonBlack, giving us the name of the series. You can check them out at neonblackclothing.com and grab yourself one of those new hoodies you've been putting off. So let's see you guys get right into this game. First map is going to be on Ascent here, and we might actually see a little bit of a ping diff, but no matter what happens, I trust that Neko Cafe Uwu can perform.
Yeah, we did get to see a lot of UTA last week, so maybe a little bit of familiarity there, but it does seem like they're playing with a couple different players this time around. I don't know if memory is serving me correctly, but we might see something a little bit different this time around. But we'll go ahead and jump into Ascent here and see what let's see what they have in store for us. Again, UTA, couple new players here, so maybe some different compositions. Already looking like they're just gonna auto lock the 5 duelists. I kind of love that out of them. Meanwhile, over for Neko Cat Cafe. Already the instant lock KO. I love to see those on Ascent as well as the fade. Could be some interesting combos there, potentially with like a seize or nade with the raise locked in as well. What are your thoughts on this?
You know, on the map of Ascent, a multiple initiator strategy is always lovely to see, and we're going to find that already popping off for the Team Neko. They do have a fade and a KO. Lineups and info is all that you need on Ascent. I'm surprised we're not really seeing Silva, but fade kind of has taken over Silva's position on this map over the past few months in the higher level and high elo scene. So maybe now that we do have a fade here, they are going to be able to kind of combo. I'm just hoping that it doesn't become an Odin cheese map. But looking at the other team, Defender UTA, going for a very similar lineup. You know, you have the only thing different being the smokes and the duelist, but still a chamber, a fade, and a KO. So going right into this game, you know, my money probably is going to be on both teams to have fun.
Yeah, I guess that's probably a good place. I hope they have fun at least. I mean, going back to the fade pick, I just want to talk about this real quick, but I'm still a big Sova believer. I've been noticing a lot of teams moving away from the Sova and into the fade, as you pointed out. Obviously, KO is a very essential pick here. The double initiator is really good. It's kind of become like the more ideal structure for a lot of team comps on all different kinds of maps, but I don't know how I feel about running the fade over the Sova here. I do feel like the dart is probably going to be a little bit better in the long run, but looks like we're already just kind of hopping in here, and it seems to be that NCU, we'll just call him NCU. It's just gonna be lining up for pretty heavy A pressure here. Doesn't look like they're planning maybe potentially a split down A here up cat, but UTA might be meeting them here in mid with some of this early pressure.
I like what we're seeing. UTA being very aggressive up in the front. The Jet just kind of leaning forward while the entirety of those attacking side, though, they want that A site. A site is very big on Ascent, kind of the requirement, but oh, Slim already opening the doors to hell for Joy, getting him sent all the way down, but it's okay because we have now 3 inside a tree, and the util usage is going to keep going forward, but the KO, that shuts him all the way back. It's exactly what we'd like to see. But here we go. The push and the Kolak coming out from Imaginal, but the trade. Bakuda and Will all there, and the spike is now down. A 3 against 2. They do manage to grab it, grab the smoke out, and try to rotate around. But, I mean, what do we think that's going to happen here? Can these two players try to clutch up, especially against not having smokes?
Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a really interesting play for them. See, it looks like they might have to try to challenge mid here for at least a little bit of information, but big deal off that initial push from UTA, really being able to shut that down early on, and now they control so much more of the map, and you can see even maybe is here just kind of ready for this push. So he's going to be able to spot somebody out here. He might actually be able to get one here onto Zampi or Medusa. And it looks like he will get that kill on the Zampi, and now all alone in a 1v3. This is going to be really hard for Medusa to pull off here, but he does have the spike in hand, so this is doable.
You know what they say about Medusa, you just have to make eye contact and you might be able to get a kill. But unfortunately, you're not able to make that eye contact, needing the crosshair to go right over the forehead. Instead, hitting 2 shots and dying. That's going to be a pretty slow pistol round, to be all fair. That's just what Ascent really does to there. But, I mean, what do you think about this buy round coming up here?
Well, we might see something similar coming out from UTA. Obviously, they have a lot of confidence. Playing a pistol round like that is not very common, just kind of going really aggressive. And honestly, I'd like to see another play like that this round, since they do have the gun difference here. But looks like they might just be opting for a little bit more of a slower round. I think maybe just trying to take first contact here. Should be pretty free for him. Nope, he's going to be actually getting out of there with a little bit of information in hand. He will spot 1, so that should kind of telegraph that the hit's going to be over more towards A, but there's not a lot of mid pressure coming out from UTA right now either.
Yeah, and I completely agree. Not really a fan of what we're seeing here today, but what we hopefully might find out is if these teams can try to rotate over for a little bit of a split push. When you are on attack and you don't have full weapon usage, you have to be extra cautious because you might just get shut down. But one thing that we do know for certain is this Fade's kind of alone over at B site right now for the defenders, and there are 3 people wanting to push in, and a KO getting ready for a lineup.
Yeah, this is going to be really big for Will here. Depending on how they actually coordinate this push, Will might be able to get a lot, but we can already see that Bakuda has already rotated as well, and they dropped the smoke, and I think off of that, NCU is just going to decide to go off mid here. They did smoke the cross, but again, we already see maybe he's just kind of anticipating this push here.
Wow, but I mean, maybe. I think he might need to change his name because he's absolutely hitting these shots. A 3K down, and everyone just goes absolutely hammered right there. I mean, beautiful shots in the chamber, but a flawless round, no damage taken. They get to keep all of their armor. That's the real benefit there.
Yeah, really textbook default coming out from UTA as well. Really disciplined, just kind of holding their position, using the utility in the right places, and kind of forced NCU into a lot of really tricky situations. They didn't seem like they knew where they wanted to go, and they were just kind of trying to find a little bit of damage out there, but unfortunately not going to be the case. But now, rifles in hand, and we might see UTA, if they decide to kind of do a similar play to last round, they could do some serious damage here if they stay disciplined.
Imaginal already has a Vandal. This is the buy round that we are seeing coming out from the attackers, but on a map like Ascent, you're gonna want to try to win this with the least amount of deaths possible, because if you do not have weapon advantage, especially with this team composition, an operator on attack is not a bad option, especially taking that mid control. But it's just gonna be how these guys can play as a team, a unit, and push in. Slim guarding A site though.
Yeah, they got a lot of information off that A play. Slim and Lucid should know that the hit's coming towards A, and I think we might see the rotation start coming through now off of that Prowler, because it looks like NCU is planning on hitting A here. Looks like they're just lining up, trying to get their timings right. A good dart coming out, 0 point, to hopefully reveal a little bit of what's going on here. But again, NCU just kind of taking their time. They don't seem too sure of what they want to do, and now they're sending that smoke out mid, so they might be considering just slowing this down and then re-hitting A off a split here through tree.
Now, Jumpy here, he's got all the utility he needs, and they do actually spot Slim, so this nade is going to just demolish this poor man, force him to get out. But now this blind player, that's 2 kills down, and the site is all belonging to this team. Again, as I said earlier, they need to make sure that they keep as many weapons, and they have. They haven't gotten any trades popped off yet, and Bakuda, with only a Spectre, needs to be on the aggressive here. Versus team gets a stim for them. And now pushing forward, but Will finally getting a pick. Medusa dropping that Vandal for them. Will's not going to grab that. Most likely going to be a save, or they need to try to get rid of as many weapons as possible. But Kuda here, this is very aggro. Waiting for that util to drop. And they walk right in, but oh, it doesn't matter. Will with the Vandal is going to get 2. And it's all over. I mean, I'm surprised that the attackers lost that many guns towards the end.
Absolutely. I mean, really good round for UTA there, obviously. That's a pretty good scenario. You're taking 3 guns out of their hands, and it's going to put them on a little bit of the back foot here coming into this round 4. But I do want to say I really like that sight hit from NCU, honestly. They really stayed kind of disciplined there and got their timings right, and they hit the site really flawlessly. They were able to get in without losing anybody, but I think their post plant was left a lot to be desired there, as we saw UTA's retake didn't necessarily succeed, but they were able to get a lot of damage in, and we might see more of that. They might just start playing a little bit more retake if they think they're as confident in their abilities as they look.
Wow, Imaginal flying in, and that is going to be a duelist down, but the trades. The operator, though, is going to be coming out from the defender side, and maybe will take down Cynical. This is exactly what we love seeing here. It just has to be a little bit of a rotate for the defenders. 2 inside of Market, 2 inside of CT, and a push coming out from Slim. And he gets 1 tap from the right-hand side. Check your corners, kids.
Smoke. Right here.
You've got this. Come on. Oh, you don't, Bakuda. You know, sometimes it's a little bit disappointing watching these players at such a high tier level, unable to not get swung on. But maybe he's going to get 1, but he's down to Free Joy. Another double kill for this Omen. Disco, tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, really lacking on the proper utility usage from UTA there on that retake. I think they have a lot of their kit at their disposal that can help them kind of figure out where everybody is, suss out some of the positions there. The post plant was a lot better from NCU, but UTA, they definitely wanted to play for retake like I thought they might, but that particular one, I mean, they just kind of ran in blind. Not a whole lot of util to help them take any of that space, and they're going to have to tighten that up if they want to actually start playing retake and get in there, because now we've seen that it's not quite as successful as I'm sure that they hoped it's going to be. So Paranoia coming out, it's going to be a fast B hit here right off of the back of that Paranoia.
Imaginal, he's going to get presence detected. I think they know that they're pushing, but the play coming out from UTA, very questionable. Instead of sitting in a safe position, they're just crouching, going for a cross that it does not end up working out. Maybe knife out is going to go down to Free Joy. UTA kind of been selling it recently, but if you're going to sell something, you might as well try to make profit, and that's just not happening. Luckily, Slim's able to get 2 picks with the classic. Last player alive could get a gun, but going in, you are going to get dropped down. It was a near full save for that team, so I can't really be too harsh on them. But at the same time, just their positioning is where they're going wrong right now.
Yeah, I agree. The positioning, especially in that round, was very poor. And I think you're running the chamber here, so UTA really needs to start kind of abusing that. Maybe going for some more of the early engagements off of like B main, A main, I think might be good for them. They're not getting a lot of information, and I think they're just allowing NCU to hit these sites. And NCU's site hits have been pretty competent so far, I think, and it looks like now they're even going to be setting up for a default here. So we'll have to see if UTA actually plays into the hands of this a little bit, or if they're able to dismantle it and shut it down.
And you want to be in a position where you can absolutely dismantle and completely destroy anything that comes forward. Right now, UTA kind of leaving A side alone, going for that double tree hold. A very unique position, but one smoke completely throws it out of the window. That's why it's a little bit questionable. Again, these positionings are not, I guess, meta, would you want to call it? They're not what you normally expect, but is it going to pay off? Only time tells.
This is actually a really interesting default coming out from NCU. They put the trademark pushed up B, so it's a little bit of a read on UTA here, just trying to keep the pressure on any of the aggression that they might try to put in. Now, maybe is in a very forward position here, and he could, if this duel does end up coming out, this could be one that ends up swinging it. They take mid control here, and they're able to shut down this A push. But again, we don't have anybody from UTA playing on A site either.
Oh, wow. Imaginal already jumping in. And look at that. The smoke completely shuts down the tree push. making it so they can actually hold site, and it's given freely to the other team. Neko
30
Cafe
seconds left.
just reading it perfectly, and honestly, even though we're not seeing a lot of kills from Imaginal with
Spike
his entry,
planted.
it's getting him where he needs to be for the rest of his team today. We are seeing the ultimates coming out and the Nightmare, but a counter Nightmare is also going to drop, but it's already 3 down. They're not checking their
Remaining.
corners, leaving only Will alive. However, he can't get the picks. All of the ults popped at the same time for the retake and the counter as well.
Yeah, it's a very familiar tale we're looking at here with UTA. It seems like they're just kind of trying to lean more on their retake ability, but it doesn't seem to be there for them. I'm not sure that I like their positioning, and also they really just like to dry peek and run in. Like you said, they're not really clearing their corners. Seems like they're just giving a lot of these kills over to the side of NCU, who has so far had really clean sight hits, really good defaults. I've been really enjoying what they've been putting out here, and I think that the read is coming through here, and they might just decide to pressure A and maybe go off a good fast A split here.
Very fast A push here. Come on, let's see what maybe is going to be able to do. I like the rotation. They're understanding our positioning is what's being flawed. We gave up A, and now he's actually going to be sitting on top of Rafter Heaven. But still going to be another slow push coming in from these players. They want to try to get in to hit at least one tap, and Lucid, though, very forward positioning. Just going to drop his util. He knows he's getting rushed, but dumping both the nade and the flashbang is not what you want to do. Leaving maybe here, ready to hit the shot, but he can't. Zinnical. Wow, Cynical able to get it. I mean, that's an open up the sky. It does prevent the bombs getting down, but Slim, with the space created, has been able to get one pick from it. Imaginal gets the trade on Makuta, but here comes the util again. I mean, attackers, they have such a huge advantage right now, and I don't think they're going to give it up, even though they're really trying not to die. But the nade and Free Joy is all they need to hold that back.
I mean, NCU is just showing that they are in sync completely. I mean, we could see the combinations off these utilities, really good peaks off the flashes, and not only that, they have been absolutely reading the positioning from UTA here. Almost every round, I think they have completely abused the fact that UTA is not fighting for any mid control at all, and they are definitely exploring that space as much as possible into these rounds. We could see the defaults coming in to just kind of pressure on lots of different sides of the map, and then usually about their mid rounding is just playing for mid. They play mid and then either go A or B here, and I think if UTA wants to stand a chance at doing anything here, they need to start challenging a little bit more aggressively, I think. They can't just keep playing like this. Now, 5-stack over towards B does kind of make sense because this is an eco round for them, so if this gamble pays off for them, they could potentially take this round, but I mean, even taking a lot of guns from them isn't going to do a lot because NCU's economy is in such a good position right now. So it's really just win or bust on this round. And if NCU just decides to take it A, then there's not going to be much they can do.
Yeah, UTA on a buy for next round, hugging this B site. But honestly, it might pay off for them right now. But this is when you don't want to do that. You're going to be aggro and you're going to lose 2 people. If you're going to be holding corners with Stingers and Judges, both weapons, incredibly low range efficiency, you don't want to try to peek something like B main. And that's going to cause you 2 deaths. Again, I mean, you know, Neko Cafe is absolutely crushing them in just the default department, which is 100% of Ascent's gameplay.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we thought we'd see, right? Early default out, then mid-rounding through mid, and that's going to be A site completely free for them. And a paint shell's going to find 2 in tree. What an amazing play from Imaginal.
I mean, that's insane. Imaginal is just consistently getting a double kill, has a nade for free. Chucked it right at the KO, scaring him back, all the util dumpage, but we're just going to shoot him through an Imaginal. He's not done, and I don't think he ever wants to be. This guy, he's at 12 and 4, just consistent every single time.
Feeling really confident out here. I'd love to see a timeout for UTA here. I think they really need a mental reset here. You know, it's not necessarily that any of the players are, you know, particularly playing poorly. I just think that they need to talk about what their positioning here is and whether or not they want to fight for mid. I mean, we just see very passive plays from them and just very poorly timed swings, not necessarily swinging off utility, a lot of dry swings. And I think they're being punished for it a lot, and we can already see them just stacking up towards mid here. But I don't know, it might be a little too late, as the spike does seem to be set up for a late A hit.
Yeah, and you know, this is not a best of 3 game. This is best of 1. If they continue to sell these rounds by not having their positioning on lockdown to lock down these sites, it's going to be GG for them, and they're not going to be ever competing further on in the bracket today.
Yeah, I mean, look, they just seem they don't seem confident in their positioning here. UTA just seems kind of, I don't know, they may be just confused. They're not necessarily sure. I do kind of like where we're at here now. That's a very good lurk coming out from Maybe, and now they can actually try to control a little bit of mid and get the pinch in, but if NCU just pushes off of this, it could be too late for them.
I mean, Bakuda is their positioning. It's been fixed. Somehow it's working out. And 2K down from Bakuda, the flank from this everybody. And oh my God, it's a flawless round for defenders. They finally found their niche, and that's just, hey, we need to work together and try to catch one guy off guard. And catching the smokes is vital, especially since that's how they need to cover themselves to push into the site on that attack side.
Yeah, even a slightly misplaced molly actually came in huge for them there and breaking up that push and probably getting a little bit of chip damage in there as well. So good play by Bakuda. There's still a chance to kind of salvage this half a little bit if they end up getting the next 3 or potentially at least 2 more. It could be a good half for them. You know, we're looking at maybe a 7-5 here. So if they can kind of emulate that and redo that, it could work out for them. But it looks like potentially NCU might just try to put the pressure on B here again and maybe just a little bit more in mid as well.
All right, Imaginal. Again, I love the way that this man is playing. He's playing the way a Raze should, and it's causing Raze the ground. Complete scorched earth policy, but now he has no util, so he's just got to try to go in, and it doesn't work out. But Lucid, though, able to grab one before he's dropped, and Will with the double kill. And a triple to end it. Rezzing his teammate in another flawless round. UTA, it's just what you like to see.
Really great read. I like the adjustment from UTA there. I mean, you could see that NCU is just trying to, you know, maybe continue to abuse the fact that UTA hasn't been really holding mid a whole lot, and so they just kind of sent it right down mid straight in the market with some flashes, try to get in there. But UTA making that good adjustment and just kind of playing more deep sight and playing off of each other. They're actually Lucid setting up Will for a pretty big play there, so it could work out for them as they continue to kind of play like this. I don't like their retake strategy, so more anchoring, more backside plays probably be big for them going into this, but they don't necessarily look prepared for this.
Oh wow, I mean, that was very, very risky for Slam because he could not dash away. If they wanted to push that, you'd be dead right now. So honestly, a risky play, ended off not getting absolutely destroyed. But hey, the one thing that we do like to see here is from NCU, they want to keep trying to push that B point right now, and util completely up for them still. They're doing what defaults are. A lot of people say that defaults is like playing for picks in Counter-Strike, but in a game like Valorant, abilities are so much more valuable than anything else, because right now Haunt gets wasted, smokes are getting burnt out, and there's still a minute left on the clock. Wow, ultimate
This is gonna be dangerous for Will.
Matchup's going in. Dangerous for Will. I don't know what you're talking about. This man's ready for it. He gets himself traded, but sight is now open. What a pick. It just absolutely has been shifting back and forth. An unbalanced scale here.
Trying to slow things down. Should be a free B site for them. I think Lucid's just waiting here for maybe to get in a good position here so they can kind of try to initiate the pinch a little bit. Flash coming out maybe a little bit early here, and also burning that Molotov as well. I don't know if that's necessarily the right play. Maybe just trying to draw some distractions out for maybe to get in position here.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, maybe able to get the pick, leaving only Cynical, and he's gonna have to hold the bomb. But surprise, surprise, a very aggro push is actually gonna get him killed by Lucid, and that's gonna be the end of the round. And we're seeing a huge comeback from UTA right now. Not even a timeout required.
Definitely what you want to see, and they did. You're right, they didn't need the timeout. They were able to make their, you know, small adjustments, and I pointed out in that round, I actually like Lucid's use of the utility there, actually drawing a lot more of the attention over towards his side in CT and allowing maybe to get in a position for a free kill on Imaginal there, who I can only imagine is just trying to hold across with his teammate there. So really good retake there. I kind of like not getting too eager, waiting for your teammate to get into the position, and also the sight anchoring from Will in the last few rounds has just been phenomenal. So hopefully he can keep that up here, and maybe they can get a good read here, but they don't have a lot of people over towards B, so it looks like they might just be challenging mid early this round before going back over to the site.
Like the util dump is going on, but there is another dagger, giving away that Slim again is holding this very tightly. But KO with the peek is baiting out a shot, manages not to take any damage. But Slim hugging that site. Chamber sitting in a very precarious spot, waiting for anybody to try to push him right now.
Yeah, NCU just going back to their roots a little bit and trying to pull off this mid-round through tree, but there's going to be a trademark waiting for them that might actually be able to break this up, and it looks like Lucid's ready with the flash potentially as well through the smoke here. Could be big, but no, the paint shells!
That's exactly what we like to see. You know, for a second there, both teams had the exact same kills. It's kind of crazy, while Jumpy just is hitting all of his picks right now. Both teams very evenly matched. It's just about who is playing the map better, and I gotta hand it, NCU are the players that are moving forward.
Spike planted. Find
Here comes another ultimate, completely deaf and blind, but doesn't matter. They can still hit their shots. What a pick. The decay, not enough to get them any damage finalized. And here we go, 2 against 2, swinging out, and he's gonna turn around Will. Fortunately, doesn't have the willpower to hold that angle. And Medusa with the 2K to clutch for his team. Omen right behind, ready with the knife.
All right, well, 7-5, that's actually
Switching
pretty good
sides.
considering what we were seeing earlier in that first half. So this could be big for them. I do like the Brimstone here on attack side might actually come in pretty big because with the way that the sky smokes drop, it allows for very good and fast sight hits. So we might be seeing more of that come out of this as well. Potentially with the flash drive coming out from Lucid. So could see some fast hits off of these flashes, potentially the smokes just coming in quickly. So we saw them last pistol. They were very aggressive on defense side, kind of down mid. So we might see another similar round like that coming out here, but potentially Medusa here to meet them in mid and, you know, either break this up or open up mid for them completely.
I like how they have been very aggressive in opening this door. They just have to keep pushing forward. Slim able to get one. Now we are seeing this pistol round off to a great start with the loss of a chamber. No headhunter, no problems. But the flank from Jimpy, he's able to, or Jimpy is able to get that awesome shot off, making it now a very tight-knit push. One's down from Zinni, and Zinni's gonna get 2. But they can't get the third. Slim with the trade, making this a 2 against 2. But they're so low, and they both know where these players are. The KO and the Omen. Honestly, this is looking quite nice. If you are the defenders, it's just one retake, and they're both chilling inside a boathouse, and they know that.
You have the 0 point online for Lucid as well, so...
Both
or
are
rather,
getting-
Jumpy.
Yeah, I mean,
Last player
that knife
standing.
is all that they need, but there's... Played it beautifully. They waited it out. Unfortunately, the shot through the smoke is what won them the round. The right-click classic, proving to be still a very powerful pistol.
And really good from UTA there to actually clutch that round up. It was starting to look a little dicey there with Slim down to like 13 HP, but they managed to pull it out. And so that's 2 pistol rounds for them, obviously, here. So hopefully able to convert this anti-eco here. Should be pretty easy for them, especially considering they're on attack. And it looks like they might just be setting up for a pretty fast A-hit here. Maybe have somebody lurking up through mid. They're going to have to try to challenge Medusa here. Otherwise, you know, NCU is going to run away with mid control if they take it here.
I do like that. Slim here slowly moving up. He's right in front of his team, checking every corner now. They've learned their lesson from the last time they didn't check their corners. But will it be enough to get them onto the site? It will, with Will getting a 2K. Freejoy, the shorty, able to get off one, but then Cynical being very aggro. He's gonna have to try to peek this here. In this 2v4, they do not have any reason to save. They just need to try to get as many picks as possible, get rid of the Spectres, maybe even get themselves a Spectre. That's an option. And best case scenario, clutched around, but you have to get through a lot of util if this attacking team has been saved up. What a shot from Imagine. He's gonna drop down. He gets the headshot. He gets the second shot, and there's the nade, but it's all over. Bakuda able to get those picks.
Wow, I mean, really good round out of Imaginal there to just kind of get in, do a huge amount of damage on that save. I mean, that's definitely not ideal if you're UTA. And
Right here.
I gotta say, they actually played that really well. Their post-plant positioning was really good. They used the utility properly to kind of slow down that push. But at the end of the day, Imaginal just came in with that Sheriff and absolutely diffed the majority of their team. They are able to clutch it out, but I mean, look at where they're at. They're worse for wear. 2 stingers in hand, light armor, and a ghost. I mean, this is not ideal with the rifles in the hands of NCU. They should be able to clutch this out relatively unscathed, I would think.
I think that you're 100% correct about that. They need to try to just get out with as many weapons as possible here. And right now, this position, it's going well for these defenders. The attackers full defaulting. And again, Ascent, it's a slow map, so we're only going to see one of it for these two teams to compete. But my question is, when you have all of these Vandals, you shouldn't lose anybody, right?
Yeah, well, and I also think that the positioning from UTA here leaves a lot to be desired. They're playing Spectres and Stingers, but they're also trying to take these long-range fights. So could come down to Medusa here and how many is going to be good for. He's going to find one before teleporting out, but that's going to open up the B site for UTA to potentially take here if they decide to take space off of that.
I mean, they have smokes up still, so they just have to manage to push in. But here comes the flashbangs coming out, and wow, that nade is perfect. The combo, it's not going to be able to connect to anybody, though. Almost there. Imaginal. He still has one satchel charge for launching himself in, and I think you can hear him. You can hear the grinding gears in his head, but maybe, though, able to take out Freejoy. That's a massive pick, and it's two. Maybe. Sometimes, always. Now, with that headhunter, are you ready to hunt some more heads? Maybe find the KO, maybe find the chamber. Only time tells is they try to push you outside of pizza. And you do tag one, but now you can't use that headhunter anymore, and they're just gonna rush you. Beautifully played by that KO, but they still have to somehow manage to get onto site. Attackers doing a great job here, owning the space that they've brought up, and it's just about the retake power.
I mean, at this point, they can just play their lives, right? They don't even have guns that they're worried about losing. They can just play the site here, and it looks like exactly what they're trying to do.
Enemy remaining.
And, I mean, playing the site, but they did lose a gun, but the nade, the ult is gonna get it, and the bomb is all over.
Wow.
That's gonna be a clutch, but, I mean, attackers able to take another round there.
Yeah, MVP for that round, definitely maybe. I like the way that he's just playing mid and just keeping the pressure there, because it's not necessarily about getting picks in that situation, right? It's about keeping the defenders as far away from the bomb for as long as possible, and they have to deal with them. They can't just run through mid and then give him all that free reign, otherwise he'll just come back and pinch. So delaying huge there, not only getting 2 picks, but keeping 2 more attackers in mid while the rest of his team just plays on site. Definitely won them the round there, and now
You want to play? Let's
NCU
play.
in a difficult position here. They're gonna have to win this one out, or the momentum's gonna start building up for UTA.
Exactly. Right now, that 8-point looking like their object of attraction. Lucid wanting to push in, grabbing that ultimate orb. That's big because he's 1 away from that null command. He's going to hit that, and now these defenders can't really do a whole lot. We also are seeing the Tour de Force currently active on this player. Maybe. I mean, maybe he's been the guy that they need to get in. Freejoy's timing, though, shutting him down. Luckily, the KO's there for a trade and gets 3 kills over on that site. The ultimate now popping, but only 4 bullets in his Vandal. He's going to risk it. And it works. The payoff. You don't need to reload if you know how to hit the head. But now it's just up to Maybe, who can't even use his Tour de Force, can't pick up the bomb. This is perfect coming out from this team. NCU, this might be the turnaround if Maybe can't hit these shots. And he can't.
A beautiful round from NCU there to just kind of hold the site down there and just anticipate the push. I mean, Jampy coming in huge as a side anchor. We could see more rounds like that. They do have a shot here. I mean, obviously, it was a little bit easier for them because their economy wasn't hurt as bad from that round 3 bonus loss that you might have thought, just because they were able to get out with so much. But a lot of ultimates online for the side of UTA as well. The most notable one being the orbital strike from Bakuda. Could help them really open up a site here if they decide to just go for a fast hit off of a default. Which it looks like they may just be potentially doing. If they win this opening engagement, could be big for them.
I love the one-way from Freejoy, which is going to probably shut down that opening engagement for the attackers. But it also opens the door for these defenders. And Slim, oh, but the timing, does not know that they're coming back. He's actually going to go try to close the door on himself to then break it. Wise play here. But now A-site kind of open while he's trying to get the rotate over.
Yeah, just repositioning over here to Heaven might actually be a good move for him. That way he can kind of get out safely if he needs to. Some jump peaks there. Not revealing a lot, but most notable thing here, UTA, basically 0 map control here. They're just gambling that this site is going to work out, but it looks like NCU might be ready for it.
Wow, UTA, he's now in with their entire team. Imaginal can't do anything.
planted.
The ult is just pushing all of them back. Attackers getting that zone that we loved seeing them do so far in this half. Their defense was a little bit weak, but UTA has absolutely brought it back, making sure to zone. But this is where we can actually see how solid this retake's coming in. Imaginal jumping on top, getting one, getting two, but he can't get the rest, who are stuck inside of hell.
Player
Now,
standing.
last one, Wine. It's gonna be up to you, maybe. Can he clutch it, Disco?
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, he might just pull it off. Now in the 1v1 chamber diff incoming. Who's the better?
And it's gonna be maybe. Good effort from this team, but look at that. They actually brought it back. They had a really rough first half, and they're already at 9 and above the enemies there. So great start.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there, I think, from Medusa in that 1v2, not actually swinging off of his teammate there. Jampy obviously trying to bait out the swing, but Medusa just not in a good positioning. And off the back of Imaginal's just retake capability there, just satcheling into the site, really opened it up. And you saw NCU get in there and really capitalize on that, but it kind of just started to fall apart at the end there for them. So they're going to really need to tighten that up. A couple of ultimates online for them here, but Sheriff's in hand. Not sure if this is the round to invest those ultimates, Edge.
I don't think so either. I mean, it's a lot of ults that they're going to be throwing out on defense right now. And the Nightmare this early, only connected to one person, is a huge liability and waste coming out from NCU. But what can NCU do to bring this back? It's going to be up to the Raze Imaginary, who's sitting right now in tiles looking for that pick and trying to avoid the chamber trip that's slowing him down. But they don't know that he's right there. Has that showstopper. If he can get 2 kills with it, he can absolutely bring this back for his team.
Yeah, he's got a lot of information too here in the footsteps. The rotation's coming through for the A hit as well. Good fragment to kind of slow this push down a little bit.
I love the util dump coming out, but what is going to happen? The smokes coming in from these defenders. These attackers kind of looking lost right now, going back and forth, but hey, lineups. Now, that might give him a little bait, but Slim, he's not done yet before he rotates and Imaginal. He's been anchoring the entire time, and the 180, it's all over. Medusa, you're stuck here. And attackers, UTA,
30
I think
seconds left.
this might be GG with how they've just been absolutely crushing it on this. They just lost their previous round, and yet they're still doing okay. I mean, it's too strong.
I mean, that strategy on any other round, I think,
Spike
might have
planted.
just won the round for NCU, but unfortunately, a frenzy in hand is just not enough to get the job done. And now UTA, all 5 players, a couple really low here, so there is a chance for Medusa to do a little bit of damage here, but I'd say this round is just going to be going in the favor of UTA unless Medusa can pull off some of the most amazing clutch I've ever seen in Valorant.
I mean, it's hard to clutch without your headhunter. You might have gotten 1, but there's still 5 remaining. And they're now just going to rush you. They know the situation you're in. Oh, great round from from UTA onto NCU. And that's actually going to be a Vandal in the hands of Lucid again. Their economy, wow, everybody can full buy with armor. Defense, though, finally able to make a purchase. No full armor on both Cynical and Imaginal. So, I mean, still a rough round for them, and it's kind of been snowballing in the favor of UTA.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the positioning from NCU last round. Like I said, unfortunately, the eco does kind of hinder it a little bit, but Showstopper still online. We have the Tour de Force from Medusa as well, and also the From the Shadows for Freejoy. So we might see some information plays come out off of that ult, and the Showstopper hopefully invested in the right area to get some potential picks here, but looks like he's just on the wrong side of the map as most of the attackers just kind of leaning over towards this A hit here.
Like the flashbang, trying to make it over the wall, just getting Slim through this point. The Freejoy has been anchoring, but he's not able to hit the shot. He has to try to TP out. Here comes the smoke to give him coverage, and he's out of there right now. Spike still down in spawn. I mean, this is again another default round. It's just what we like to see from Ascent, and by like to see, I mean it's what we have to see in the meta.
It's actually an ideal default coming out from NCU as well, trying to force the attackers over to Imaginal here, who's just waiting. Potentially Showstopper ready. Could come in huge here if he's able to time this right.
Stage dropping off, and Slim forced to back up. The timing beautifully from Imaginal, but he's going to be in a very aggressive play, staring at the floorboards, and Slim's going to get a 2K. That's what you want to want. You want the Showstopper to stop the enemies, not yourself. But here comes the push. Slim, he wants to get on, but they don't know the Omen is in Boathouse, but he gives away his position with a pick on the Bakuda. 3 kills down so far for Slim. He's holding W. He wants to get more. And he spots the head of the chamber. The spike is down. He's going to try to rotate around, get himself the longer range. Knife coming out is going to stun all of the players. And there we go. Jimpy able to get one, but this could be a potential ace for Slim. And it's over. Lucid securing the final blow. UTA bringing it all the way to 11 right now.
Man, I'm just gonna come out and say it. That was a little bit lucky for UTA there. It was really good timing for them on that push, and I think Imaginal kind of threw a little bit there. I think that was a bit of a misplay, not popping the showstopper just to apply the pressure and then swinging, but instead swinging before the showstopper had even activated. Got caught with his pants down. He's staring at the ground, and UTA were just able to capitalize off that. But overall, actually a good default from NCU to kind of push the attackers into that play. It just didn't quite execute well, and now Sheriffs and a hero Guardian in their hands. It's going to be really hard for them to clutch up. Looking at potential match point for UTA here.
And I agree, but wow, Lucid able to get a 2 kill down for UTA, and that's going to be both Cynical and Imaginal. Big picks, but the flashbang from his own teammate. KO really helping out this Omen right now, and he's dead. But there might be 1 more or 2 more remaining for them, and maybe he's securing match point right now. They know if they get match point at this round, it guarantees them the win on economy and how it's going to be built around here. But wow, Generator is going to be the position he's choosing. Max of a flashbang hitting everybody, but he's alone with that Sheriff, and will shut him down, leaving Medusa 1v5. Does he have it? He's got to push forward, and he's now stuck. They're not even going to push that, but they give him one position, and it's all over. A flawless round.
Yeah, really well played from UTA. They're just kind of abused the gun difference. We saw it with their aggression there, and now they're on match point, and they have a null command and orbital strike online, and that could be the investments that they need to swing this round in a relatively easy manner, I think, in their favor. Now, we do have an operator in the hands of Medusa, so there is some potential here, depending on where he decides to challenge, that he could get a good opening pick here, but looks like he's just going to be potentially just holding mid, maybe tree over here. So could it be just a little unlucky positioning here, as I think UTA just set up to hit the A site.
See what happens with this A push. I mean, kind of going mid leaning, waiting out that utility though. Again, it's what we like to see. No more KO knife. Usually that has hit them, so this might be a little bit of a Pavlov effect, trying to make sure that these guys are like, huh? Every time that they're there, it's hit. So if it doesn't hit, they're not there. But it doesn't matter if he's going to use his util like that, giving away the position. Ults are coming out. They're just going to full send it in. Now he's right on top of Gen, right above, and he sees 1, sees 2, and he eats them all. That's what we love seeing. UTA, they're pushing in. What a pick, and wow, Slim. You're just a guy. You're that guy. You are him getting this entry for your teammates. And there's another one, last one remaining, and maybe Medusa goes down. Attackers take game 1.
Let's go.
Wow, UTA really bringing it back there. That was actually very impressive. We saw them off to a little bit of a rocky start there, I think, at the beginning of that first half, but without even needing a timeout, they made their adjustments, they got back together, and they started playing off each other a lot better there. And that's definitely to say that NCU was not somebody that was just easy to roll over there, I think. They also played very well. They were very coordinated in their pushes, but UTA able to just tighten up and just overcome all of the obstacles that NCU was putting in front of them. So they're able to take that win in a pretty close match there, but definitely going to be able to advance up the bracket and looking a lot cleaner this week, I think, than we saw last week.
Yeah, UTA already off to a great start. This is game 1 of the bracket, so they're going to be fighting against players that might not be the best, but they have to, in the course of today, we'll find out who exactly deserves to take the title of the Neon Black Series number 3 or 2, I think. So let's give it a shot to just see what's going to happen. We're going to cut over to commercial right now. And before we do that, we're also going to say thank you, everybody, for watching. Don't forget to check out IGL's new leagues. They have an announcement coming out on Twitter and on Discord. So join the Discord. Links should be available in the chat right now. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. I am EduCast, also joined by DiscoCast. We have cast in our name because we cast, but
Right.
we're here at IGL right now. And Disco, we just watched UTA play, and we're actually going to be playing with them again. So, how's it going?
It's going great. Obviously, we just love UTA here on this stream, so we're big UTA
Oh, yeah.
stands. So we're just gonna stream every single one of their games, just going forward, just only UTA all day long. But seriously, I am really excited for this map coming up with UTA. Obviously, they seem warmed up now. They seem like they're ready to play, and we get to go into Fracture, and they're going to be playing against
Ooh.
Team Valor, which is interesting.
Man.
I've been seeing a lot of Team Valor, but one thing I just wanted to point out that we're going to have, in my mind, a little bit of a celebrity here for Team Valor. Hyun Min, who is formerly of Terra Esports, who used to be like the reigning champion of
And
the
Bless.
Skybell series too. Yeah, and Bless as well. So some goats actually coming in here, possibly going to be popping off here. So UTA might have met their match very early on in this bracket. We'll have to see how it plays out.
You know, we might be UTA fans, but everybody knows the domination that was TE when they had Hyunmin and Bless. Unfortunately, Terra Esports did disband that initial team. We still have a Terra Esports, but nothing compares to Hyunmin's flicks. If you guys ever see in between games those the reel, watch it carefully. 80% of the shots was these two players right here in this lobby. So we're in for an insane game. So once these teams get readied up, we're going to hop in and see exactly who can win once we find out what the best ping is. So let's see what's going to go on here with these two teams. And hopefully everybody should be ready for it. UTA says they are. And Disco, you know, have you watched a TE game or casted for TE yet?
Yeah, actually, I casted at several TE games, and I watched some that I was not a part of the production for a specific week. You know, like I actually tuned in. I was really big on them. I really liked their team compositions. I liked a lot of the playbook that they were showing. So I'm interested to see if that's going to translate over to this new team, Team Valor. Like you said, Hyunmin is like one of the best flexes I think in this tier
Yeah.
of Valorant. And so going into Fracture, I'm really interested to see whether or not he's gonna bust out that KO, because his KO was like god tier on Icebox whenever they would
Oh,
play that before. And you know, we have seen some teams potentially running KO on Fracture. It is a little bit of a niche pick, so, or rather niche pick. So maybe Hyunmin Breach potentially. I know he's good flex, but definitely
Yeah, I
strong
mean,
on that initiator role.
Hyunmin is probably I think he's most comfortable with agents that can move with their flashbangs. Sky, you get KO especially, but when you talk about Bless, he is the man who loves to rock duelists, chamber, pretty much whoever is the fragger. So I think we're actually going to be seeing that. But Hyunmin looks like he's going to go chamber today, taking the lead. But let's see what's going to happen here. The defending team, not only for today's title, but also right now on the map Fracture, defending UTA. Look at their team composition, Disco. What are you thinking about that?
I'm thinking they should just go ahead and send it. I think 5 duelists is the new meta. Yeah, everyone's just too afraid to try right now, but they're obviously the most brave team currently in Valorant, but it looks like they are just going to go with the safe pick here. Slim actually opting to pick up the chamber this time around, which kind of suits his playstyle maybe a little bit. He wasn't playing too aggressively on Jet last map that we saw, but I do want to turn our eyes over more towards Bless on the side of Team Valor, who has locked in that Neon. And Edge, we talked about this last week when we I believe it was actually UTA running the Neon on Fracture as well, and they're starting off on the attack side, so this could be a good half for them to start if they're able to kind of capitalize off of, I mean, several flashes off Breach KO here. So potentially big plays for Bless off of this Neon if he actually is able to pull off some of those more aggressive style sight hits that we usually see out of teams running Neon on this. But as we know, not very strong on the defense side, so this is going to be really big for them to try and take a lot of rounds off the attack here.
Yeah, and that's kind of all we have to ask for coming out from these teams.
Right
Bless has been popping off recently.
Right here.
In his scrims, I've stopped by. He's on my friends list.
here.
Every time I'm on Valorant and I go and try to see who's online, there's Bless doing either warm-ups or something like that. So I want to see what he can actually do today. UTA, though, big showing on the second half of last game. Might have what it is in them. We haven't seen Bless or Hyunmin compete, so it's still anybody's game. But we're going to open it up right now. with pushing over at A site. Gonna be that Neon with, oh my, B pushes. And it's working out, but Slim gets one. Valor Wavy gets the other. This is exactly the kind of gameplay we love to see here. Gonna have a smoke dropping once they try to push up, but attack, they're kind of just making some space over that A. Lots of rotates, but Bakuda, he's the only one holding this back.
Actually, really good play from Team Valor there. You get the trade, but that does not favor the defenders here. It actually favors the attackers. And now a flash drive coming out of the smoke from Wavy here. It looks like the hit is going to be over on B site. And Bakuda trying to do a little bit of damage here will fall to the hands of Wavy. And that should be a free plant for them as the rest of Valor just make their way over to B. And now a 3v4 retake scenario here.
I mean, that kind of retake scenario, it's still possible, but when the bomb's ticking down and you're down on players, defense is so difficult to get your util usage because you can't really afford a whole lot. So you're not really relying on the guns you have. Like, we're watching Will here trying to take pot shots using that classic. The Viper Spit is going to try to push people back. There still is one in tower being extra patient, and that's going to be Kai. While Lucid gets one, but Kai is also going to go down. Bless is shut down as well. This retake's working in their favor. It's just up to Drain and Wavy, but the light ups are all making it, so this is going to go down. Love the pick coming out from the Brimstone.
Yeah, really well played from Valor there. Obviously, the post-plant positioning was great. I like where they actually went with the plant. Most teams will just kind of plant default in that cubby, but they decided it's just a round, so they might as well just try to play off their utility, and that's exactly what they ended up doing, and it worked out for them there. They didn't, over peak. They didn't overextend anything. They just played it really well, and they're able to walk away with the pistol round there. I mean, maybe even losing people, but just playing completely off their utility is huge. So now, Bulldog in the hands of Wavy here, just kind of feeling himself, so let's make that 2 Bulldogs here on this anti-eco. Should be a pretty easy round for them to walk away with.
A fairly easy round, but oh my, Slim, you might be stunned, but Bless is pushing right into you, and there we go. Spectre shuts him down. There goes Slim. Hyunmin taking out maybe 2 of the probably biggest picks, and Hyunmin, he's not dying. Wow. The Marshall, it's just the weapon of choice for this man, but oh, that's gonna be a stun. TS Bakuda saved by Will. Spike is going to go down over that A side. We have a few in drop right here. But they're planning at A and walking over to B. Very unique coming out from the Neon and the Brimstone. Looking for those, like, rotators. Very, very aggro. But here we have Will, joined by his teammate, Bakuda. In a 2 against 4. Anything could go, but you're gonna have to push right into Bless, who does not lose these, and that's gonna be a headshot taken by him. A Marshall in the hands of Bakuda. He might be able to get a shot off, but when you can't scope in, the Marshall's not a great weapon, especially when your crosshair's going up, down, and sideways. But now the peak, and there we go. Bless is shut down. Bakuda needs to get as many guns removed as possible before he dies. And he has to go down on the bomb for economy's sake, and that's gonna be the end of TS Bakuda. But moving into the next round should be pretty fun here.
Yeah, not a bad round from UTA actually there. I do like the trap setup over towards Arcade there to kind of try to punish Hyunmin. Unfortunately, came a little late. He was able to walk away with 2 in the end, but still decent from UTA. Take a couple guns out of them, but unfortunately the Bulldogs do get carried over into the next round, and those are actually kind of like the higher tier anti-eco guns that you could have going into this round, and now maybe forced onto light armor probably off of a Sheriff by there, so UTA gonna have to try to get out of this as clean as possible, but it looks like Bless just opting to go with a classic here, as well as Hyunmin just gonna use his headhunter, so you're gonna have to see how this B hit works out for him.
He's going for his ult right now, Disco, and he gets it. That's the perk. I mean, the power of Fracture is that there are 4 orbs, the map with the most amount of ultimate orbs, so you can just build that up real easy. And Bless, now that he has that overdrive, he might be just having his team say, hop in, we're going for a ride, because the overdrive is ready, and he's ready to try to take that A site right here.
Yeah, and the breach could really set up Bless here for a lot of successes if you can go in, maybe off of a... There's a little bit of a stun coming out for him. They're just gonna go straight in a stand with this.
Oh, wow. That stun from Will, huge. Able to take down Bless's overdrive. That's already a duelist down. No trades required, but Hyunmin, he's going to get the trade for Lucid. Will, though, this man is what we like to see on a breach. Completely shutting off so many players with a spray from Wavy. Taking out 2, though. Honestly, Valor switching it up for UTA so quickly. And now, It's just about these two again. Will and Bakuda, these guys are butt buddies, wanting to keep together and try to get these picks and maybe retake this 2 against 4. And wow, sitting on the rope is actually going to get himself killed. Wavy down again. Hyunmin shot to the left. 2 against 2. Spike still down, and they are playing around that main. Will ready to push in with the Phantom. But here he goes. And, oh, wow. Just absolute shredding. It's like seeing something get put inside of a blender and set to high mode. It's beautiful. But 0 and 3, they won their bonus.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, textbook post plant from Valor there. I mean, obviously holding the cross is just ideal, but also Drain, just using the fault line to slow it down. We saw it was almost like a little trap. He catches 2 over there in sand, but decides not to peek off of it. Really good discipline there, because peeking off of it, losing that gunfight actually probably loses you the round there. But instead, they stay disciplined, they hold that cross, and they just play their lives on site, because they know if they can win the bonus, it's not going to matter if they die. And now, an off in the hands of Hyunmin, and UTA forced onto another eco.
You know, with this eco, not losing anything, but it's a map like Fracture, attackers taking such great control over these orbs. We're already seeing Kai very close to having his ultimate, even though he only has 1 kill right now and only 1 death. But it's going to happen when he tries to push out against Bakuda and, of course, this Viper Lucid in a 5 against 5. Very split sides right now, as it is. I mean, the map like Fracture, you're going to have your team get a little bit cut a half, but wow, what a pick. I mean, why would Lucid want to play so aggressively with that frenzy? It has very bad movement accuracy. Hyunmin with the operator taking out Will, opening door for Bless to slide in. He gets 1, but he can't get 2. A little bit of a dip there, but what a shot. Oh, but Slim, he's backing his teammate up, gets the 2 kills down, maybe making the space. And honestly, this could be a round for them. Slim, he has an operator.
I think he might just opt to save this operator here. It's probably the best move.
Yeah. I mean, it's a shame we're not going to see him go a little bit aggro after hitting those shots, but the round had to end, and unfortunately, it's going to end a little early.
Yeah, so an easy 4th round for Valor here. Really like their side hits. They're looking very strong, very well coordinated. And, you know, Hyunmin maybe lost the operator there, now in the hands of Slim, but he is going to have the tour de force online, as well as an orbital strike for Wavy. So we might see some good combinations off of the null command here, and potentially Bless just doing what Bless does on Neon and just getting in there and just breaking up the defaults there and just making space for his team. So hopefully we see some nice aggressive plays here to just try and disrupt some of the positioning from UTA here. You might expect Slim to just take an early engagement here with this operator.
Yeah, and honestly, this is what we like to see. The operator in the hands of Slim right now. He was Jet last game that we saw, but now that he's playing Chamber, that op is a vital pick. He's able to try to actually contest the tour de force in the hands of Hyunmin. But they first have to try to swing out of B main. He is not actually going to swing. He's going to TP away right before he shoots off. No potential pick, but he's in a great position here. But there we go, the Hellfire, the Powerless, everybody doing what they need to do. Maybe holding a very cheeky angle. Slim no longer the opper because he is dead. Maybe though, gets the trade onto Hyunmin, goes inside of tower, and Bless is ready to trade out his best buddy and teammate. With only 10 bullets. Another ult coming down, rain from the skies. Oh, Bless taking everything. Oh my, this defender team, they're just launching all the util. And what is that? Wavy with the flank on Arcade gets 1. Lucid stuck here, and Bless is there for the trade. Wavy and Bless draining these enemies from the kill, with Train hitting the final pick.
You know, we saw a lot of this from UTA last map as well. They seem to be very confident in their retake capabilities, so they do seem to play a lot for retake. And I will say they invested a lot of ultimates, a lot of utility into that, and still just kind of walked right into a grinder. Not necessarily anything I would say as a misplay for them, maybe just not quite capitalizing on, you know, the rolling thunder. There should have been tagging a lot of people, and they kind of just take their time getting in, and they're not really clearing their corners there. So, you know, I think maybe playing for retake here, not necessarily your strongest suit. You need to challenge these sight hits from Valor because they're very efficient in these hits.
And wow, Slim right off the bat with that tour de force. He's actually redeeming himself from last round. He did get destroyed trying to hold it down with the operator. Bless though, picking up the orbs. That's what we like to see on Fracture. Wanting to keep moving forward. Gets him maybe 1 or 2 picks here. But in a slow push, it's going to be another default from the map. I like what we're seeing though. I mean, Hyunmin's playing Chamber like a duelist, and what you want for a duelist is an initiator combo.
Teleport's
Both
ready.
Hyunmin and Bless are being pocketed by either a KO or a breach. That's the power of a double initiator with Chamber. But let's see what's going to move forward. Disco, how are you feeling about this A site hold right now?
I think this could be very good for them, but I think Valor is actually going to be able to shut this down. Good snake bite to try and slow things down, but Bless is just going to run straight through that.
Straight through, but Bakuda's been able to hold it down. He gets 2 right before he goes down into the frenzy.
Spike
It's
down
gonna
A.
bite very hard in this now 1 against 5. Hyunmin, he's clutched these before. He's an ex-member of Terra Esports and a great
30
player on
seconds
his
left.
own, but in a 1 against 4, all odds are against him. And he spots one.
Gonna be tough to pull out.
Very tough here. And he's trying to peek everything, completely blind, teleports himself away. They actually don't know where he's now. But can Slim beat aggro here? They can.
10
Hyunmin
seconds
not
left.
hitting the shot that he needed to, making this going to be another save round. And they aren't going to actually pursue him. That's kind of the play that you want to see from the defenders as well. Not planning on losing any of these guns, considering they kind of broke right now.
Yeah, actually, really, I mean, strong adjustments from UTA. We know that they can do it. They've made really good adjustments in the past. We saw them do it last map, but that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Instead of just playing for retake, they decided to anchor the site and just challenge the push from Valor, and it ended up paying off for them. I mean, Wavy coming in huge with 2 picks there, but that's the thing. Valor is just they're going to dump the util, and they're going to try to hit the site as efficiently as possible, most likely in a pinch. So UTA making a great adjustment there to just hold the angles, snakebite to break up the push, and then Wavy just peeking right off of that utility and then immediately shutting it down. Or Bakuda, sorry, Bakuda.
Slam right off the bat, taking out Bless. Huge pick. Look at where this Neon is. Had his ultimate up, and now he can't use it. There's no chance at overdriving. He's just going to fizzle out. But Hyunmin wants to get the trade for his teammate. They're now pushing forward. What? The pick of Bakuda slow pushing in. Hyunmin, he's just having an off game today. The ultimate now dropping down while Wavy's going to get the trade on UTA's maybe. But the defenders, this is a 2v4. Drain joined by Wavy. Wavy's been fragging out right now, and I think he wants to do it some more.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the intention was with that rolling thunder there. It didn't seem to be able to capitalize on that too much. Maybe the orbital strike from Bakuda just kind of slowed him down, but now UTA is in a really good position here. The spike is in the hands of the attacker, so they could really go anywhere here. 45 seconds left in the round, but I think UTA kind of has an idea of what's happening here, and the jump peek from Bakuda will reveal the positioning here, so that should let UTA know that they're still thinking about re-hitting B site here.
Last player standing.
Yeah, wow,
30
Slim
seconds
taking
left.
down Drain. He's on a 3K. The operator is popping off, but Wavy, he's not done yet. He's getting one. He wants to get a second, and he does.
That's
This is
3.
all up to him. He could potentially get an ace clutch if he could just find the pick onto Slim here, but it's so risky peeking that operator. But he has his ultimate, opening the skies, forcing them back onto site. 6 bullets remaining, 2 players, and he's down to Slim, who gets the 4 kills.
I don't know if investing the orbital strike there was the right move for Wavy. I mean, we have seen that Valor is largely in control of the ultimate economy here. They've definitely been farming those orbs, so maybe they're just not worried about it. But I think maybe a round like this, where you're on kind of a weird buy, you know, a stinger in the hands of Bless, who's probably just going to pop that overdrive, and it's definitely a risky round for both teams. This might have been the better situation to invest that orbital strike, I think, into a site hit as opposed to the 1v2 with only like 15 seconds left on the clock. So we'll have to see if Valor can just kind of slow down the momentum that UTA is starting to build up here.
Yeah, but here we go. Slim able to get one and TP out. This is what we love to see. Wavy
Holy smoke.
holding that down. A smoke is going to drop off, and A site being heavily defended over by the drop side, but they just have to get through.
Wow.
At this point, Slim with the Colette. What a pick. Kai getting the trade. Drain getting the other, but honestly, that is what we'd like to see from Slim. That leveled the playing field, even though it cost
Right
him his
there.
life. Let's see what's going to happen moving forward. It's going to be 2 defenders inside of drop. A perfect positioning for these guys. Actually, all 3 defenders at drop. And maybe with the ultimate, but it's going to be a Rosa ult. It's not going to connect. Bakuda gets one, but maybe is going to get the other. And look at that. Honestly, we've seen UTA make these kind of comebacks, and they're bringing it back right now. 3 wins in a row, round by round by round.
I mean, UTA tightening up their defense side. I mean, I really love their defaults. Their positioning is great. And meanwhile, Valor kind of looking like they're falling apart a little bit. I'm not sure how I felt about that push through the snake bite and through the toxic screen as well. Immediately punished by Slim, who has definitely stepped it up since the last game. His op shots were kind of missing when he was on Jet, but he definitely seems a little bit more comfortable here on Chamber, and his positioning is just so unpredictable. So timeout coming from Valor here, and I think that's what they need to discuss here is whether or not they want to keep hitting sites like this, or if they want to maybe switch over to some more default. I think putting more pressure over on Dish and Arcade might be good for them, because UTA definitely seem like they've adjusted to Valor's, site hit style that they've been showing us in the last 8 rounds.
And style it is, and this is actually going to be the first timeout we're seeing in the game so far. We didn't see a single timeout in the first game 1 versus NCU versus UTA, but now you can tell that Valor, they take this a little bit more seriously than maybe the previous teams in the last game had. These guys do not want to lose momentum. They've lost 3 in a row, proving that they need something to change. But now 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Disco, what do you think they might have been talking about in that timeout that really is the pinnacle of their changes being made?
Well, I hope the discussion was to be a little bit more disciplined, not be so greedy. We've seen them really aggressive, and they've been punished for it in the last couple of rounds. So I was hoping for a little bit more of a default here, but it looks like they're just might be trying to pressure A more and draw out that play from Slim over in B main. But Slim is going to win that opening duel, and now the overdrive is activated for Bless as they move in to hit A site.
And A site looking clean and empty. Looks like we are going to see the bomb getting down, but honestly, this overdrive has not been connected with anybody, which means Bless has to just play it slow with this Sheriff. A huge ultimate fizzling away just from not being able to get any damage or kills, but that's okay because he's about to get maybe. Never mind. That's what he tried to do. Maybe just is that guy, but another Sheriff, and again, maybe. He knows how to peek these with the flashbang drain. Gets one, but the nade maybe post-mortem. Marty Dom gets it down. And wow, UTA, the timeout was for naught, because that is what you love to see.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive play from Maybe there. Obviously, putting the pressure on the flank. Getting 2 kills there off the aggression, knowing that you have the better gun, is actually huge for him. And that allows the rest of his team to just kind of get into a better position and help retake the site from both drop and CT spawn. So maybe big flank from him there. Again, Valor just going in aggressively. They're able to make the space and take the site, but unfortunately not actually getting any picks off of it. So you're really doing nothing in that scenario, right? Yeah, sure, you're getting in and you're putting the spike down, but you're not actually doing any damage to the team. And that's why I'm saying I'd love to see a little bit more of a default here coming out from Valor. I want to see them win some early engagements before actually deciding where they want to go.
I can agree to that, Disco, definitely sure, but there's an ultimate on A, which might slow down player Bless. We have Lucid. He's just going to hold that back, trying to not make sure that nobody on his team is going to get shut down. Will, sitting inside of Rope, looking for any of these picks through the wall, but this is the opportunity you want to have to peek, but unfortunately the stun is what's going to open that door. And there you go, Drain being extra aggro, but it pays off. Will gets the pick. The nade dropping out from Maybe is not able to connect to anybody because no one stands. The spike's still down, and B is going to be the point of entry here.
Yeah, it's actually exactly what you want to see coming out from Valor there. They put the pressure on over at A. They make them think they're going to hit. They win an opening duel and then immediately start to rotate over towards B off of this arcade control here. Now, Bakuda is going to miss a shot, and that's going to give a lot of information to Hyunmin as well.
Wow, Slim, though.
Down B.
And that's a big pick. That's Spike. And now it's just going to be up to 3 to defend against 4. Hyunmin opening the door, but Bless, he's been on the flank the entire time. He gets a double kill, making it 3 in total.
30 seconds left.
Only 1 remaining, and it's going to be this Raze, who is going to get the pick onto Hyunmin. Let's see what's moving forward.
Wow, really interesting play to just, kind of go off the back of that flank and just decide that they're going to take A. So maybe it's definitely going to be they're going to be trying to flank here. I think they should anticipate this. I think Bless is in a really advanced position here. He's got a lot of information over towards CT, but it looks like the rest of Valor is actually getting in a questionable post plant here, Edge. I mean, the spike is planted for Halls, but they're all stacking towards CT spawn here, and maybe going to be getting a lot of space here for free.
You know, free space, very powerful. And honestly, it's not even planted for these guys. I don't know what the play is. Maybe a Brimstone Molotov, but maybe here. Inching forward, checking the main. And Wavy is actually going to whiff a shot, flicking away. The nade's going to drop, and he just has to try to stick here. He knows that it's safe, but there's no
Impressive
time.
wiring.
He wasted too much walking around and stomping his feet. And that's going to be another round win. Honestly, a very strange play coming out from Team Valor, and it ended up working out.
I mean, if you ask me, that was definitely maybe's round to win there. I think we see a lot of punishment for players, you know, maybe moving a little bit slowly, as you pointed out. And I think, you know, he could have definitely punished Valor's positioning there, which I think was questionable. However, Valor do bring it back. They were able to stop the bleeding just a little bit here, and we can see that UTA's economy is teetering on the edge of a depression. An operator still in the hands of Slim. So if Valor is able to close this one out, they could put UTA on the back foot and potentially onto an eco to help them set up to win out this half.
And they need to try to win out this half. If they get it tied with a map being as defensive heavy, this aggressive attacking side will win the game no matter what. UTA, they're worried about that, but surprise, surprise, still no timeout from them. They're just allowing this team Valor to hit these shots. They don't have their smokes anymore. Viper has just gone down. Bakuda, though, will finally get the trade-off, taking out the KO. One initiator down. There's still that breach. Hyunmin taking out Bakuda for the trade, the vengeance for his teammates' demise.
Off your feet!
And there we go, Rolling Thunder coming out, Blessed being able to get a pick, using it, and now B-Site is all theirs in a 2 against 4. Can we see UTA try to clutch up here, Disco?
I don't know. It's really going to be tough for them. They don't have a lot of control of the map here. Both kind of doubled up in Canteen, and their position seems to be a little bit known, or at least suspected, by Drain. So they're gonna, I would like to see them spread out here, but retaking with the operator, I don't know if this is it.
Retaking with the op. I mean, now he's finally gonna pull up the headhunter, but this util timing is perfect. The smokes are dropping, and honestly, I think it's just gonna be another save. But Bless says, "Screw your save! I'm swinging and Slim going down." He's gonna be forced to save the op in this 1 against 3, and he's got to start running because Hyunmin, he's hungry. He's the shark in the water. And the shark takes a bite. What a play.
Yeah, great play from Bless out there to just put the pressure on. I think they know, you know, in their mind that they're kind of teetering on the edge here, and it's going to be really difficult for them to get some good buys in the round going forward. We do see a couple of Vandals coming out, so they're going to be decent, but the most interesting one here is the Judge in the hands of Will, and I'm wondering where he's actually going to decide to set up here with this. Maybe a B tower play would be most ideal for them, but I mean, I think if you're UTA, you just want to win this round because I think 5 rounds is going to be really good for them. We can see that Valor's comp is definitely attack-sided comp, and I don't think it's going to be very strong on defense either.
Yeah, and we saw that last weekend over UTA. They did not perform very well because on defense, Neon kind of falls off, but on attack, look at what it's doing right now. Lucid is just getting absolutely obliterated, and Bless is ready to swing out, getting another pick. Wants to get one more, and he's reading this perfectly. Just lasering right through that smoke. Poor Will does not have the will to stay alive. Now 1 left, and it's gonna be this player, maybe. Is he gonna clutch it? Maybe. What a shot with the... Oh my god, he gets the dink, but the flashbang, and he's blinding. Ty clutches up.
Valiant effort coming out from Maybe, but unfortunately not enough to clutch it out. And now Valor going in with 8 rounds on the attack, and we said it coming into this map. That's what you want to see on the attack side for your Neon-sided comp, right? You want as many rounds on the attack as possible, and 8 is a pretty good scenario here. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to adjust and kind of reform this comp to be more defense-sided? We do have the double initiators, a lot of flash capability, and they could potentially set up Bless for some heavy aggressive rounds here. The question is, are they going to be utilizing the Neon in that regard, or are they going to let it fall flat as so many teams often do on their defense side with Fracture?
Yeah, and that's kind of what we like to see from the defense side, is just set up, you know, with a team comp like this. I agree, aggro is what is going to be the deciding factor here. So let's see what's moving forward now that we have Bless. Again, hyper aggressive, ready to go in. and it's actually gonna get a dink onto one, but he's bought armor. He's ready to try to tank some blows and let his team push in. UTA maybe though is able to get one, and they're looking for another kill. This is what we like to see. The attackers now have control, but Kai able to take down one. Lucid is in a bad position here. There we go. Sight is now up to them. 3 in the drop of this pistol round. Bless ready to try to swing out. And the smokes covering that main site. Will with the flash, ready at any time. Gonna go for the stun, gonna go for the drop, and he jumps right in, but he whips all the shots, leaving the door open for these kills. Wavy tries to get one, succeeds, but now he's in such a bad position here. Needs to try to get at least 2 more before it gets down to the real clutch. And it's over. Slim able to hit it. Attackers already off to a great start. I mean, what do we say about UTA? The A stands for better on attack. I mean, it's just that much good.
Yeah, I mean, it was really strong sight hit from them, but I think the biggest part of it was that Valor really didn't have a lot of map control there. They definitely tried to go for that very aggressive pinch over towards Dish, and Kai was completely unchallenged in that position. Should have been good for a lot more, but unfortunately it just sort of fell apart. And then at the end of the day, you're in a post plant situation and all of your players are up and drop. That's not where you want to be. However, we did see the aggression that we wanted to out of Bless and Drain in that, but didn't really pay off for them. If they go to set up again this round, it could work out for them, since we do see a lot of the attackers in UTA leaning over towards Arcade side.
Nade coming out and no damage, but fracture. Orb control is what we like to see. It's definitely, that's why on attack, the orbs, it's such a defensive heavy map that one of the caveats to it is they give attack a lot of ultimates, and that's what you need, because you need ults to push this map. But here we go, Util dumpage, everybody going in, and Bless, he's got a shorty, and it's not enough. Oh, Bless is going down. Kai holding this with a classic, but wow, a pick from Hyun Min is able to try to level the playing field, but it's already a 2 against 4 with the spike getting planted. Wavy been extra cautious here, and he's just gonna die with his buddy Hyun Min. Honestly, UTA, they're that much better on attack.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at that round, kind of questionable sending all those people through tower. And for Team Valor, I mean, recipe for success. They had a lot of really good positioning there. They had a great idea, but UTA was just able to just roll in there and completely run over the entire team. I wouldn't even say that it was a bad play from Valor. They didn't have what it took to win those fights, unfortunately, and UTA just feeling very confident and running out. So hopefully maybe they could try to slow things down this round a little bit, since we do have rifles in the hand of Valor, and Bless could come up huge here, but unfortunately no, Slim is going to take him out almost immediately.
I mean, Slim is just that guy. He's going in there and he's just absolutely destroying these players. I am shocked to say that Bless and Hyun Min just haven't brought their A game that we're used to. Bless might be the top frag, but he's competing very nichely against Slim. Nice and tight for him, but Hyun Min, you've got a Vandal now, and they don't want to push you. This is what the chamber likes. Wavy getting the other one. Wavy, honestly, the MVP of this game from Brimstone, being able to still compete with all of these players in such a high tier level of shots. Hyun Min beautifully tagging Slim, unable to get the kill, but he does TP out, no damage taken. He's ready to swing again, but the timing of the swing will shut him down. It just seems a little bit off today. What is Slim gonna do? Nothing, because Drain is gonna get him the pick. Bakuda goes for the plant, the fire pushing him off, and he's dead. And Wavy, what a player, gets himself a total of 3. The util and the shots coming together, colliding to win them the round. Team Valor now going 9 rounds in, winning the bye.
Yeah, anybody out there watching that has been curious or interested in picking up Brimstone, watch this player, Wavy. He is actually giving us a masterclass on how to play Brim on Fracture. We've seen perfect utility, really good smoke setups as well. I did like the play from Hyun Min there, in correlation with Drain, to kind of a little bit of a trap play to try to slow things down. Maybe overextending too much on that swing and definitely getting punished for it, but luckily Wavy able to kind of clutch the round up for him and give them a 9th round on the board, but unfortunately losing a lot of rifles in the process, and we can already see the effects of that as Bless is just going to be forced onto a Sheriff light armor here, and Hyunmin just potentially going for a Headhunter, maybe trying to pick up some more ultimate orbs, get closer to that Tour de Force.
Wow, look at this aggressive push from Bless, looping already right into it, but he pulls his knife out for the corner peek, and maybe says, I hit those. Honestly, the difference between duelists right now is inevitably going to get pointed out. UTA is just the guy who's on time. He hits the shots, or maybe he just hits everything he needs, and UTA as a team has been doing it together on this attack ride. I think, honestly, after this, hey, UTA, go just do some scrims, practice your defense, and that's what we said last week. But on attack, I don't think there's anything you could really say to this team outside of good job.
No, they're really punishing, the fact that Valor has a very attack-sided comp, not really set up for defense, and doesn't seem like they've been making any good adjustments either. The 0 point actually really good there to shut down the tour de force, but Drain and Wavy.
Down B.
Wow, I mean, VLR is not done yet, but oh my, maybe he's gonna get one. Kai gets the other, and here's the showstopper, connecting right to Kai. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Hyunmin, you're a 1v2. You want to try your best to get this. Come on here, grab that gun, walk forward, and clutch it for your team, or you're gonna be in a bad spot, because you might have just won the last round, but this is all about the eco. Lucid, ready to swing out of tower with his team. They're playing the cross beautifully, and it's just about timing. And wow, not hitting their shots, and maybe is just that guy.
Yeah, really strong side hit from UTA. I definitely like, Wavy's ability to kind of try to slow things down there, but unfortunately, I don't think their positioning is very prime for that. UTA really taking their time to set up before they hit the site, and then they catch, Team Valor in a little bit of an undesirable position there. So Valor needs to try to tighten that up a little bit. I think we've seen the aggressive plays with Neon kind of falling flat a little bit, being punished more than it is succeeding. So they need to kind of readjust here. Wouldn't be upset at them calling maybe another timeout in the next couple of rounds as they try to figure out how they need to make these adjustments to kind of counter UTA's attack side.
Wow, what a shot from Hyunmin onto Slim. That's the first time Slim has actually lost that fight this half, and that's vital. Hyunmin needs to get those picks here. He needs to be able to be the fragger that his team requires for them to get the rounds in. But with the Marshall in hand, he does actually have access to the Tour de Force. A smart play here, ready. Maybe drop his Marshall for somebody else, pull out the Tour de Force, and then you have weapon advantage over all of these Vandals. But first things first, we need to see what's going to happen. And as we see, Hyunmin choosing to opt in for that tour.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting site hit for UTA. They have basically zero map control, and it's putting Valor in actually a very advantageous position here. And you can see they're stacked up, and now the 0 point's going to give a lot of information there. And I think UTA just decides that they need to go, go away from there, maybe start initiating a hit on B, since we have maybe up on the lurk in mid. But Bless is in a very good position here, as well as Wavy. They might be able to just shut this down almost immediately.
30 seconds left.
I love the util usage coming out, but the ultimate, Aaron Bless back into Maybe's gunfire. It's gonna be an open door again. Nades coming out, and here comes the Sky Oval, the Rolling Thunder. Everything's kind of just dropping off right here, and it's gonna pay off. Wavy gets the player down. That's gonna be a Brim diff. Imagine dying to your own ultimate here. But there's the util. Daggers coming out. Wavy able to get the trade. Lucid trying to hold this back. He's in tower, and he's got Valor all behind him. Wavy being able to get all these trades. They know where Lucid is, but do they know how to hit him? That's the thing. Lucid ready to try to push in. Hyunmin finally getting his shots these rounds, and that makes them go 7-10. UTA, you're looking pretty bad right now, losing that thrifty.
I mean, never punished, to be honest. Valor investing a lot of utility and ultimates into that and not actually taking the space off of it was a little bit surprising to see. I thought maybe that might have been, the thing that was going to swing it towards the favor of UTA, but unfortunately UTA just not able to hold that site down. So Valor able to walk away with one there, even though I think maybe a little poorly played, especially off of the fundamentals there. Not a lot of really good swinging there. So getting to 10 is really big here, and UTA needs to really win this round out. They need to stop the bleeding because the momentum is starting to build up for Valor a little bit here, and it's going to be getting close to match point here if they're not able to shut down any of these defensive defaults.
Hyunmin staying very confident. Maybe though, we know how he could do this zebra peek. He wants to set his satchel up against the wall, push in with a flashbang from Will, and they want to grab Hyunmin down. And here we go. The execute's happening, but Hyunmin's just being like, okay, bye. does a little bit of damage, hits him for about 47, but
That
Hyun,
works.
he's ready again for the swing. All 5 for the first time on attack are all together against Hyun, and of course we do have the KO rotating around Kai over at drop, and 1 at sand right now, pushing up. Drain's gonna pop some util, trying to scare people away from that push, making sure to shoot through, but 2 in drop. This is kind of what we like to see, but here comes the Rays being very aggressive over in rope here. He's not actually going to peek anything yet, but he spots Drain, and he gets the first pick of the round. Now the Chambers have a battle, and 1 comes out on top. Hyun. Now, here we go. It's another man, Sand, and Kai hits that running shot, goes for the pop flash, spots the arm of Lucid on the corner. Bless getting another pick. This is what we like to see, but Lucid, he's finally gotten blessed. The spike is down outside of the cave, and this is all up to these players. Stuck inside of main with an operator and a vandal, and it's all up to them. Will you get the shot off, Will?
I mean, time is so low. They've got to just go safe for this. I don't think they have any shot at getting out of this.
I mean, Hyunmin, very aggro, getting that pick, less weapons to save, but that's what you like to see. They put so much money in. Slim with only 50 credits left after buying that operator. It is going to be saved, but his team ain't looking so hot.
Yeah, UTA, I think, really struggling on their map control here. We saw last round, I believe it was Bless and Kai just immediately going out and challenging Dish, and they control basically the entire top side of the attacker spawn, and it allows them to just... It allows us so much information to know that the hit is either going to be A main or B main, because they're not really pushing anywhere in arcade, they're not pushing anywhere in Dish, and that's, I think, a big fault for UTA, and we see them doing it again. They're just stacking up towards one side of the map, and Kai is just going to go ahead and do exactly what he did before. So much information off of this, and now they should know where this site hit is going to be coming at.
Exactly. UTA may be. He's in sewer again. He loves being in this position, but is this position where he will find his first kill? Looks like not. He's gonna rotate around Slim with that operator. It's been tossed back to him. Honestly, you gotta trust Slim to do your job, but when Hyunmin has this Reaver operator, he's ready to try again. It's not a Reaver Vandal. Got it. Wow, what is happening? They're just running right into him. And there we go. Spike goes down. And there it is.
Whoa,
the
Spike
util.
down,
1
B.
HP, Hyunmin. This is what you love seeing from this chamber. He's just playing in the smoke like a kid in a ball pit. Wants to find another one, and the util's dropping. He tags maybe. Wavy gets the kill, and that's going to be a flawless round for defenders, securing match point here.
Wow, unbelievable. Not having the answer
Match
for
point.
Hyunmin, just Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol through all those smokes, finding so much value off the Headhunter. I gotta be honest with you, when I was watching it happen and the paint shells are hitting him, I was so surprised he didn't decide to teleport out, but making that hero play actually won them the round. They just could not find him, and they're completely invisible, and just shutting down that site hit, which actually wasn't too terrible from UTA, but now they're making that adjustment that we want to see. They're spreading out. They're trying to control a little bit more of the map. I think they found that that was a big flaw in their attacking side here. So we'll see if it pays off for them here, and maybe this first engagement from Wavy is going to go in his favor, and that is not what you want to see if you're UTA.
Op and controller. I mean, smokes are a thing that you can use, but if you smoke it, then how are you supposed to shoot him with an op? So let's see what's happening from Bakuda. He kind of wants to say, hey, I'm also a Brimstone. Can I try to get some kills here? And he's doing a decent job, 12 and 15, but players like Will and Lucid, you know, they're getting their teammates onto the point, but they just haven't been winning their frag duels. Here comes the zap in the duel. What a play by Bless. He's being aggro. The Rolling Thunder. Oh, but they're all just going to get bumped right into the air, avoiding everything from the flashbang. And here we are, UTA on a full rotate right into Wavy, who has that operator, and he gets another pick. Hyunmin with one. It's just a firing squad. He's pulling out a tour de force because they know it's last round, and it's one left. That's what we like to see. Team Valor bringing it back towards the end.
Wow, really great adjustments from Team Valor there. I mean, UTA coming in on the attack side looking really strong at the start of it, but then, you know, Valor, they kind of start to read what's going on. They notice that there's not a lot of map control going on from UTA, and immediately just go to expose those flaws in their side and then take almost every single round after that. Really well played from Team Valor there. Wavy, obviously, huge in stopping those site hits. So UTA going to be out a little early. They were looking good last map, but unfortunately, it's going to be Valor that's going to be advancing to the next round of the bracket.
Yeah, and UTA put up a great fight, especially against veteran players like Hyun Min and Bless on that team. Honestly, I expect them to do a little bit better, but Hyun Min, he just doesn't have the ping. Honestly, they're playing on such of a ping difference there, but I mean, they put in their effort, and players like Wavy, Kai, and Drain, first time I've actually seen them play, brought their A game. I mean, that was intense. They have a coach, they have their IGL, able to do tack pauses, get them on their feet, and keep it moving forward. UTA, you guys put up a great fight. But I mean, Disco, moving into our next round, we're going to see Valor now compete again, knocking away UTA, which we've seen go very far in the tournaments, which means who's really left in this bracket to try to fight us? And by us, I mean the players of IGL. I mean, we have 3 more teams, I think, before the final here. So it's going to be a big throne to try to knock down.
Yeah, I think Team Valor are definitely looking like favorites going in to win this. Obviously, there you have like the main core of Terra Esports, which was, like we said earlier, the reigning champions of the Skybell series previously, and looking like they could go ahead and just win this one out and continue their reign of victory. We do have a couple interesting teams that we've seen. I mean, Extreme Massive, haven't actually seen any of them, but they do seem to have a little bit of a fan base in some of the chatters and in Twitch chat. So maybe, who knows? Maybe they're just like the sleeper pick, and they're going to be the ones that are going to throw Valor off, and they should. They could potentially be meeting.
I have some bad news for you.
Oh,
Extreme
no.
Massive lost to Crown the King, and then Crown the King is actually going to be fighting off against Team Valor right now. So we're actually going to see who dethroned a chat favorite in Extreme Massive. And currently, while this game goes on in the background, Large Flamingo Tots versus UCSC Gold. I mean, UCSC Gold beat Rolled, who are quite the solid amount of players. So honestly, a lot of the heavy hitters that can try to dethrone Team Valor have already been knocked out. So it's really just, who are these new teams? Can Crown the King and UCSC Gold, or maybe Large Flamingo Tots, absolutely crush it? Only time will tell, and we will get back to you after this break here. But if you guys are watching the stream and having a great time, make sure to join the Discord and check us out on Twitter at IGLeague or at IGLeague at IGLeague Esports. You guys have a great day, and we'll see you in the next game. Make sure to check out the event that's going to happen soon. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are now joined again by VLR and another team. These guys have battled their way all the way up to this point, and we have to see who is going to be taking this today. There's a lot that has changed. The map, now Ascent. The teams, a little bit different. And hopefully, Disco and I are ready to cast another game of Ascent. It's one of the slowest maps, but I think we can do a good job.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes it's nice getting out of the comfort zone a little bit. I would like to see, I don't know, maybe a Haven. A Haven would be fun to watch. I'd even take an Icebox at this point, but it looks like the only two maps that you and I are allowed to cast are Ascent and Fractured. But Ascent, even though it's kind of a little stale at times, I am super psyched to see these teams go in. Obviously, Team Valor we just watched last game seemed really strong, and then this new fighter that has appeared, Crown the King. Coming in, a pretty big following. It does seem like and they have competed in some really strong leagues. So we might actually see a very good team out of Crown the King going into this map.
And I think I can completely agree with you. Crown the King actually dethroning previous chat favorite, as we talked about before, and that's kind of like the whole point of this tournament. It's just to see who amongst these C and maybe lower B tier teams can actually perform and climb that ladder. Winning an IGL is vital if you want to make a name for yourself, because this is tier 3, tier C. That's where you want to be. But we're on the map of Ascent right now, and both of these teams are ready. Crown the King is going to be on attack, and VLR, also known as Valor, is going to be on defense. So let's get into this game, and I'm expecting some big picks here, especially what are your biggest pickers of the attack side and defense side going in Agent Select?
Well, first of all, I'm dying to see Hyunmin on the KO. I know he looks like he's kind of maybe leaned a little more towards picking that chamber or filling that chamber role just for the team. But I mean, I used to just love watching this guy play KO, and KO is obviously one of those more essential picks on Ascent. He's kind of become, I would say, like a staple pick on Ascent. So a good time from the flex in. Obviously, Kai was doing it last time, so that's probably what we'll end up seeing. But I'd like to see a Sova, and it looks like we actually are going to get that Sova from the side of Crown the King, which does get me a little bit excited here because you've heard me say it before. I do think that Sova is still the king on Ascent. I know a lot of teams been leaning over towards that Fade more, but Sova is still kind of holding the crown in my eyes.
Yeah, I know how you like that Silva Disco. I get it. He's got long hair. Couldn't relate, but the man is absolutely amazing. He's on the map of Ascent. It's one of the oldest maps in the game Valorant. It was the first map to get added, not inside of the beta. And what we see from him is just lineup Larry's and the ability to get a lot of information for your team. Surprisingly, not a single fade on the attacking side, which you're relying heavily on if Dev knows his lineups, knows his stuff. The defending team, though, Valor, they have Kai again on that KO. Hyunmin rocking Chamber again. And Bless still being the duelist. Instead of Neon, though, rocking the Rays. So lots of stuff moving forwards. Let's see who is going to be taking the game today. And, of course, we're going to be following the Observer, Nikki.
I'm actually really excited to see what Wavy has in store for us off this Astra pick as well. Astra kind of becoming a little bit more of a niche pick, but we did see Wavy perform really well on Brimstone and Fractured in the last map that we saw, so I have every bit of confidence that Wavy should be able to show us another masterclass of controller agent here, or at least that's the hope, especially since, Astra is not quite as prevalent in the meta anymore.
Yeah, Astra, not exactly the meta person that you kind of want, but even at the highest tier, she's not bad. And depending on the map, Omen could be better, but the fact that Astra can do so much different forms of util at the same time, that is what makes her absolutely broken right now. She can stun, she can vulnerable, and she can smoke in less than 3 seconds. So let's see what's going to happen with now Wavy anchoring that A site, making sure that nobody wants to push them.
Really slow pistol round coming out from both teams here. I do like the challenging over in mid, just making sure that they're not getting all that space for free. Mid control, obviously, on this map is very big. It allows for a lot of very strong mid rounding and sight hits. So I like the challenge there. They know that there's nothing up cat, and this should be a pretty clear A hit to the defenders. So we'll see how well they can actually try to slow this down if they do decide to commit to this A hit.
And they have to commit. I mean, the thing about Ascent is if you're not going to get the early kill, you're now forced to play around getting rid of some of that util, making sure that it kind of disappears over time, doing the best that you can. But one thing that I'm going to say is with a team composition like this, they can slowly burn through util a lot longer. Brimstone burns through smoke so often, but Astra doesn't get that. But luckily, that's already the start of the round. We're seeing a lot of picks happen while Hyun Min rotating over, Drain getting one. This is a great start for Valor, making it a 2, but oh no, Gavin, the door's closed right on you. And you're kind of stuck here, but you still have the spike suit. Maybe it was a good thing that your Silva left you alone. Or maybe it wasn't. Only time tells if you can bring this round back tomorrow, aka next round. I don't know why I said tomorrow, but
yeah, Valor showing us why they could be considered the favorites to win this tournament. Really good positioning from them on the pistol round there. They didn't give up anything for free. They anticipated the A hit, and Drain was like in a really great position there in tree. Now, coming up from the side of Crown, I did kind of like the tree hit, but I think maybe you switch out that smoke for a paranoia into tree and, you know, potentially they win that round. But unfortunately, it is what it is, and now they're going to be forced onto an eco here, a ghost in the hands of Gavin, maybe trying to do a little bit of damage, but should be pretty free for Valor, especially the way they've been playing.
And they're playing to push into this round to win it. You know, this is the semis. Whoever takes this will go into the finals against whoever is winning in the back line. But what's going to happen now that we see what's going to be pushing forward? Apparently, chat thinks that Flamingos is actually going to be the other finalist. So who's fighting Flamingos today? Is it going to be Valor, or is it going to be Crown? Well, that's already a pick coming out from Valor onto Toasty. Toasty getting roasted by a Spectre. We do see Sai here. 59 HP, has the Headhunter, trying to swing forward, wants to get the one taps. Let's just see what's going to happen. What? Kai! You're just going to shoot anybody walking past you, and what is happening? This man, he's not dying. He's ready for another, and he gets it! Kai! Beautifully played on KO with the Spectre. I mean, the run and gun that you see from that SMG.
Yeah, that was actually a really good default from Valor there to just kind of play market and give up mid, because I think it was pretty clear that that's going to be the most advantageous play for the attackers on a you know, anti-eco round, is to just try to take a little bit of the mid control, and that's exactly what they did. Fortunately, playing right into the hands of Valor in Kai, especially just holding down that tree, getting 3 there. So again, now we're back onto a rifle round for Crown, and you know, if Valor plays this well, maybe some cheeky ratty angles, they could actually win this out and get some rifles in their hand.
Love that one way that we got going on for this attackers. Honestly, attack side one way, a very rare thing that you're seeing, but Wavy, you're ready trying to hold us back. You're not getting stunned, but are these players good enough to check their corners? There's one, and they don't even care. They're so just absolutely tunnel visioned in on that poor man in heaven. But it's just Dev, the Sova. He's got a Vandal. This was the buy round for these attackers. This is huge. They've absolutely been crushed by Valor so far. But with the push coming in, Dev ready to try to get the pick on a Wavy, avenge his teammates. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Way too disciplined out of Team Valor here. Shocker maybe doing a little bit of damage, but they're giving Dev absolutely nothing to work with here. Now when he swings out, he's just going to be put right into a meat grinder. Look at this crossfire.
Meat grinder, absolutely. Are we seeing some Dev sausages? We are. Hyun Min getting the headshot, and so many weapons have been unlocked for the Team Valor right now.
I mean, it's literally the ideal bonus round for Valor. I mean, a lot of teams don't anticipate what they really should, which is that, like, you're gonna have a lot of SMGs, Spectres, you know, I think there was an Ares in hand, so you should anticipate the defending team to be playing in little ratty corners like Wavy was playing, and that allowed him to just get so much out of it. So now, I mean, Crown the King looking a little defeated. A couple sheriffs in hand and a frenzy, but this is going to be a very tough round for them. They're going to have to do some damage at the very least if they want to have a chance at slowing down the momentum that Valor is building right now.
You know, and Valor building momentum off the back of Wavy. They did it last game, and they're ready to do it again. Duper has that one-way smoke, but it's not actually helping him peek this right now. It's going to be all about how Wavy could try to get picked off, but he's actually just going to play it back. They know how to be slow, but Gavin already taking out Kai, ready to keep pushing forward, grabbing that Vandal, and ready to move forward. Let's see what Dev can do against the Rays in middle. His teammates are trying to make any more space. Bless here. He's in a great position. Was forcing himself to get that Phantom. Both Hyunmin and Drain have yet to die, so it's anybody's game. But even though Gavin got that early pick, so much util has been getting burnt so far that when they take this A or B site, it should be pretty free for them unless we see Drained absolutely crushing it through them.
This trademark could slow them down, though. That's the thing. The C's comes in at the right angle.
Can't use that.
It gets broken, but Drain, look at this Odin, the spam, the wall bang, everything shooting them down. But B site is now clear. They have to go for the plant, but Sai took so much damage, absolutely split in half. And here we go, Sai now holding W, trying to get in here to get those picks, but with this Phantom, Hyunmin, he's able to get one, and he is. Dev goes down, Bless gets the other. This is now a 2 against 4, and the retake is in full swing. Here comes the W hold, and they're just got to keep pushing together. And wow, oh, Sai saving his teammate from long range, but it's just up to Toasty. 1v2, and Wavy with the final blow, making that go 4-0.
I mean, if you're not going to win the round, that is kind of an ideal scenario for you if you're Crown the King, right? You did some damage at the very least. You were able to get the spike down, so you got some credits, plus farming an ultimate orb off of that. And to be honest, I mean, Valor just played that really well. Their positioning was great. They had mid control almost the entire time. They were challenging A main and kind of forcing Crown the King into a very undesirable situation where they end up 5-manning into B site. Now, you know, Drain could have come up a little bit bigger there. He did do a lot of damage with the Odin, but I would have liked to see a C's actually come out off of the trademark either detection or destruction. So Valor obviously going in pretty dominant here, but Rifle's back in the hands of Crown the King, so this is their chance to try to stop the bleeding a little bit, Edge, and try to get on the board of the round.
Get out of my way.
And if you want to stop the bleeding, you're going to need a lot of bandaging, and Hyunmin taking away Jet. It's going to be hard to try to wrap around that, but Kai, you're inside of that smoke with a flashbang popping out, gets a lot of players, but Gavin with the 2K, spraying both of them down. What a pick from the KO. Sai now inside of mid, wants to try to get this one tap going down, but he can't. He cannot connect to someone who's not going to peek him. Bless, though, he's got the aggro, and he's ready to get it. Bless, praying that he gets that 3, but will he pray for a 4th? He's not going to be able to hit the shot, opening the opportunity for Dev, but luckily Hyunmin's going to say, hey, Raze, I see you struggling there. Luckily, you got me, buddy.
Unbelievable from Team Valor. I mean, it looks like their defense is almost impossible to penetrate at this point. I would say Crown the King has tried doing quite a bit here, other than, I would just say a very slow, maybe like a 2-1-2 default. They're trying to fight mid, but they're overextending and losing those battles, and, you know, it's just not what you want to see. So hopefully, maybe a timeout would be in order here for Crown the King, or at least, the very least, have a conversation about, you know, the 5-manning that's been going on and how those challenges haven't been working out. You need to play a little bit slower, and you need to win some of those opening duels, and you have a chamber to do just that. So hopefully Sai can kind of activate here and get an opening pick for his team.
Wow, what a player, though. I mean, honestly, Sai is doing a great job trying to get those opening picks, but he's 1-5. This chamber has been losing against Hyunmin, and he might lose again. Oh, there it is. What a flick. Oh, Hyunmin. That's what we like to see. I mean, this guy, he's coming in every single round. He finally, the last game was smart, okay? Now he's done his aim labs training. He's done all of the work needed to get to this point. And with a flick like that, you can tell his knuckles are cracked and he's ready for more. Ultimate coming out from the attackers now. No command, trying to split off these defenders. No util necessary, though, for these defense players. Just trying to get the kills. And they're just going to keep pushing forward. But, oh, that's huge. That gives away that there's a man behind him. Gavin, beautiful use of util, able to take down Bless. Here comes all of the team of Valor in heaven. all four.
Out of the chat.
Wow, not checking your corner. It's going to be one immediately to the left. They're all hiding behind that generator. We got util jumpage. You saw the guy's gun to your left, but you're not checking it. No one is looking at this Omen right now, and Hyunmin is stuck alone, and that's going to be the end of the round. How did Duper survive that long?
I mean, that was actually just an amazing round from Crown the King, and that's the kind of stuff that you want to see. So it was a little bit of a default there, and you know, when a lot of people say default, I think the initial thought is that, okay, a default is where you just play slow and you just play for picks, and that there's some truth in that, but really the idea behind a default is forcing your enemies into positions that's going to favor the play that you're about to make, and that's exactly what Crown the King just did. They challenged a lot in mid. They put a little bit of pressure on B and forced the defenders out of Team Valor to kind of rotate off of A. And it was just Kai alone in tree, and he wasn't even in a very advanced position. And right off the back of that, Crown the King just decide to immediately hit A, and they are rewarded with a free sight, and then end up bottlenecking the entirety of Team Valor into just heaven. So really good round out of them. They need to kind of keep that up. Now the timeout coming out for Team Valor here, probably a good one just to make sure that they don't, lose the momentum that they've been building.
Exactly. And one thing about momentum is even if they were to lose, about 3 rounds it would take for their economy to be at the point that we saw it dip for these attackers. I mean, Valor, they have the cash and they want to try to spend it as much as possible. No matter what's going to happen, they might be saving up for retirement here with how good their eco plays have been. Regardless, we've seen them win thrifties with nothing but a Bucky on Bless. So let's see it happen again. Nade's coming out for Tiles
You want
right
to
now.
play? Let's play.
Nice nade. Not able to connect, but honestly, it does do a little bit of damage over onto that poor Jet. Hyunmin holding it with an operator inside of middle. Let's see what's going to happen when they try to push forward.
I mean, this could be the round right here. How this battle turns out. Really good recon dart to actually force Hyunmin off of the angle, and Toasty should be able to get some ground off of that, but he's actually just going to opt to stay in Tiles and just kind of hold his teammates as they move up Cat here.
Exactly. And wow, what a drone. I love the jump drone to get it easily over there and buy some time, but it's going to tag Hyunmin, force him to back out, and now mid is under their control. We do have the Fade and the Astra over by that CT and B site, needing to hold for the push coming out of Market. But is Market going to be an absolute bloodbath? That's up to the Fade to decide, while Wavy hugs inside a boathouse, seeing what's going to happen. Dev shooting down Hyunmin. No more operator. Drain, making sure he's not getting flanked, but he's got enough util where he should be able to hold this down, and he's just going to get shot right through. Thought goes for the bite. He's using that Odin as best as he possibly can. Bless getting a pick on a duper. This is it. Site is under the control of these these attackers, and Wavy's able to take out Kevin, but in a 3 against 3, the retake is possible, but no, it's not. Dev taking down Drain, and 30 HP onto Bless while he tries to retake this. I mean, it's a risky push. Disco, we've seen Bless do this before. Do you think he's got it in him?
Well, it depends on how well he can play off this flash here. He does take a little bit of ground. Should be able to pick up Sai on the teleport.
I'm so surprised that Sai thought that TPing in front of a Raze would be the play of the game, but it maybe was. It baited out for the Sova to get the kill. So anything could happen.
Actually, I'm really surprised that Crown was able to take that round. I think it was a little sloppy. I think their B hit left a lot to be desired. I mean, they end up with all 5 people in mid off of a really good challenge. Don't get me wrong. I think it was really great taking the map control off of that, but then they have to slow down their hit, and then Sai is just slowly working around B main. Now, if you're doing a split, you maybe want to have a little bit more of a coordinated setup there. They're able to get away with the round, but I think maybe not as clean as they could have, and at the same time, Valor being punished for some less than desirable positioning as well. So Valor just going to try to reset here and just play back Market in anticipation of this this potential mid hit. But Tree, Edu, surprisingly open here.
A very wide open location, but the thing is, this early into the round, you can leave Tree for a little bit, especially since every time we've seen Valor push into Tree, Gavin, the KO, has absolutely crushed anybody pushing up Cat, pushing into Tree room. So taking a back here might be the plan, but I don't think Bless wants to do that. I think he wants to be up close and personal, considering he has that Spectre, and the TTK on that is massive. Speaking of TTK, Toasty one-tapping Wavy right there, and is probably ready to see it happen again. Bless, angry for his team, spots the gun of one, hit, sitting in a perfect spot, but Gavin with the running gun headshot. 1 HP from the decay. He can't push in, but he can sure make some space for his team with the flashbang. Here we go. Drain now trying to hold that back. Is not going to get any info. Has to back it up. The nades scaring everybody. And A-Site, you know, last round might have been a little bit sloppy here, but their A take is amazing.
That's really well done from Crown the King here, and now Valor in a really tricky position. They're all grouped up here through tree.
There we go. Oh, Drain! Hitting the shot on Toasty. Unable to get any more. Does find himself a Spectre, though. Spectre, the running gun weapon of the century. Wants to try to get another while Sai cannot peek this. Can't TP away. Needs to hold the smoke. And here comes a flashbang coming out from the KO in 3, 2, 1. And it connects, making him get the kill, but Gavin, he's the man who hits those. It's up to Kai, and he's out of bullets. Attackers winning again. A-Site hold is their bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be Crown's strongest suit, I would say, is that once they get on the site, their post-plant positioning is just so strong, and we saw it even there. I mean, in anticipation for the flash coming out of the smoke, you have somebody playing anti on generator, playing off of, I believe it was Gavin there. So, you know, really strong positioning from them. I think Valor needs to kind of adjust and just anchor the sites a little bit more. We saw some mild success out of Wavy when he was playing backside B, so maybe that's kind of the answer here, because you can't just let Crown the King get on the site, otherwise your retake is going to be very difficult.
A difficult retake is vital for these defenders, for these attackers, making sure that they try to give as much of an issue. If you want to peek B, you're going to have to trade either a life or a weapon for it. So see what's going to happen, move in, or an ult. But Dev, he's got almost full util right now.
Oh no.
Wavy though. The trigger discipline, there's one. But is there two? He's not. He gets movement diff by Gavin. The A and the D key are the favorite thing this man likes to touch. But let's see what happens when he now has to push in and avenge his other teammates and make it more of an even trade, because he took so much damage. He's at 70 HP right now.
Bless could come up huge here as well. It's going to all come down to timing. Able to find one, that's really big, but he's going to need to get a couple more for his team.
Oh, wow.
Spike
and he
down
gets
mid.
distracted by Toasty jumping up, but that's a huge pick, making it 2. These attackers now back on the L streak. Having to push in, Toasty. It will actually not die to Hyun Min. A little bit of a throw coming out from the chamber, but tied up 2-2. We're up against
30
a Nightmare
seconds left.
ultimate going forward.
This is actually really good positioning from Team Valor here. Normally, you know, I'd be saying we need a good side anchor, but knowing that, most likely knowing that Toasty is very low here, and they're just kind of making sure they're covering all their bases and in a good position to try to slow this hit down.
And that's going to be the ultimate. You want to slow things down, but
enemy
you can't
remaining.
slow down Sai, who's going to be able to be that guy. One tap coming in, has the ultimate necessary, but the trail's detecting, sending it all the way back, but it bugs out. It doesn't actually track him properly, and that's what we love seeing from Valorant. Riot, you did a great job, but Drain holding it, gets the pick. Toasty with less than 50 HP, the drop down with the classic, and he's just gonna get the flick. 14 HP clutch from the hottest player.
Yeah, maybe trusting the right click on that a little too much. Probably could have been better to just drop down and try and run and gun him with the Vandal, but unfortunately not able to close that one out. And if we take a look at the scoreboard here, Edge, it seems like Crown the King has found the answer for Valor's defense side. We saw previously 5 rounds unanswered by Valor, and now it looks to be that Crown the King is on their way to their own unanswered 5 rounds. And I think Valor maybe should be taking a timeout. Oh, well, they already took their timeout, so I guess there's really not much else they can do other than just try to adjust in this game. And, you know, Crown the King just seeming to walk all over them.
You have to answer this KO. He's just pushing in so efficiently. Gavin, 9 and 7? I mean, is that your answer, Drain, to Gavin getting shot by him in the head? Like, we need to see some real shots coming out. Duper, same thing over on Bless. I mean, it's just all falling apart. And when Bless goes down, there's no showstopper. So this eco is pretty much over. The only thing we can hope for is that Hyunmin's Sheriff comes in to play here, while Kai tried not to die to the Omen in tiles. And he's dead.
Last player standing.
It's up to Duper, who finally gets shut down by Hyunmin in a 1 against 5. This chamber,
Teleport's
he's got
ready.
himself the Sheriff. He's got himself 8 rounds, but he wants to save as much credits as possible. So it's just about how he's going to be able to hit these heads. He's being very aggro after hearing those footsteps. Thought it might be the only one, but unfortunately, Sai is still going to hold that down.
All right, well, it's all tied up now, and it looks like we're getting rifles hopefully back into the hands of Valor, who I mean, at this point, what more is there to say? They've been going back to the same old strategies and getting absolutely rolled over by Crown the King. So I really hope that we see something a little bit stronger from them. Bless does have the Showstopper online, as well as the Cosmic Divide from Wavy. So this might actually be a round that is good for them to play retake, whereas in the past, I think they would be better off just kind of anchoring. So maybe we see them just play a little bit aggressive here, opening up, and then kill sight for retake off these ultimates.
Deploying drone.
And I completely agree. You have to play sight off ults. If you don't play sight off ult, especially on the map like Ascent, it's a slow-paced map. You need that any advantage to get onto sight if you can't get the picks. And Ascent's not a map where you really get those early picks unless someone misplays. Speaking of a misplay, what is going on at B right now? A single KO holding against a chamber and another KO. Trying to hold that down. There's one pick. And that's
down,
it. Kai able to get the trade before going down, but Spike is going to now try to get planted. And all of these attackers in a rush to rotate to B. Dev, though, still hitting the shots. Drain gets the trade off. Gavin has that knife out, trying to get it, but Hyunmin already swinging out, getting some picks. Gavin's holding the site down. And wow, another pick from Duper. Drain finally getting the last pick. And only one on site remaining. Gavin, what can you do?
This is winnable for him here.
And there we go. Drain on the 3K. Beautiful job.
Well, Valor finally coming away with a win to
Yes,
try and
congrats.
slow
Thank
things
you.
down a little bit and swing it back in their favor, taking the lead once again. But, man, I don't know. These defaults from Crown the King have been really manipulating Valor's defense
round
setup.
before
And
the
I think
switch.
they need to try to counter that and just do some stronger anchors. I think Kai did a good job there, but the positioning was just not very good. And Valor is just getting pushed around him from one side of the map to the other. And it seems to be that even though Valor is in the lead, I would almost say that Crown the King is fairly in control of this game.
And control is all you need on the map of Ascent. If you know what you're doing, then you're able to bring this game back. But honestly, that round, stopping
want to
what
play?
Valor was,
Let's
or
play.
stopping what Crown the King was able to do for the past, 5 rounds prior. This is what we like to see. I'm thinking it's going to go still 6-6. The economy and the ultimates are in the favor right now of the team Valor. It's just about when Kai pops it. But honestly, have we really seen any astral divides coming out from this defensive team?
Not yet, no. And this is, if any round, this is the round to use it. We're in the last round of the half. The Hunter's Fury actually has been activated as well, and it looks to be trying to open up tree for them. So Wavy needs to get out of dodge, but now a lot of space up Cat has been given. Might all come down here to Drain on this A side anchor and whether or not he can be successful.
Wow, Sai able to get the shot off on the Hyunmin, a vital pick, considering what that chamber has been rocking on his team. No more Tour de Force, but we still have Drain's ultimate and the retake capability. And oh no, it's gonna get popped real early, giving away that there are 3 there. Kai still anchoring over at B, making sure nobody pushes through mid, while Bless, very aggro versus Duper. Raise against the Omen. I'm thinking this is gonna be a bad Omen.
30 seconds
Who
left.
will win this fight?
Ooh, the tension is high here. Oh, Duper now knows the position, but it looks like Bless is actually just going to back out. And now we see it again. Crown the King's default doing exactly what they wanted it to do. They've moved so many players off the A site. They were ready for the hit, Edu, but now it's free.
Wow, I mean, Bless, though, they're all stuck. They're decayed, drained. Beautiful use of util. He's holding everybody down. It's a 2v3. And what a shot from side. But Dev, there's the final blow. But look at this. You can't use your Tour de Force. Valor Wavy, he's got a Bulldog. And what do Bulldogs do? What were they bred for? That's right, biting the nuts off of anybody who tries to fight him. He's ready to go right in here. And the divide finally comes out. But is the aim gonna
Enemy
come up? It
remaining.
is, leaving only Sai, who has to swing out here. He's just waiting patiently.
player
And
standing.
Osai gets the headshot, but it's over. 7-5 for first half.
We defend this place.
Really well played on the
We
retake there
defend
from
this
Valor.
reality.
They were able to pull that one out and win out the half. It's really good. I mean, especially after what we
Switching
saw, 5
sides.
rounds up at the start, then losing 5 rounds coming back to win it out. So pistol round here could be big for them and just kind of widening the gap between that
I should
lead.
play some Astro
That being
Stars in
said,
this reality.
now putting Crown the King on the defense side, and we can see finally what the Sova and Dev has lined up for us because, you know, attack side Sova, pretty good, but the defense side Sova utility here can really make or break a team depending on how well he can play it. And it looks like they might just be going for potential just early mid aggression, which we have seen a lot of teams doing lately, and it has paid off, but this depends on whether or not they'll actually punish from Hyunmin here.
Yeah, Hyunmin needs to be punished for what he just did on defense. Able to get so many picks early. And Toasty, he wants to punish him. Look at that. The belt is coming out, and Hyunmin is the poor child. But let's see what's happening from Kai here when he wants to push in with his team. Valor already got the great start. Now they're on the side, but Sai says no thank you. There's another pick, and oh my, so many shots being used up. Has to go for the reload, but look at what is happening for Team
Here.
Valor. They're kind of panicking right now.
Spike
It's gonna
planted.
be a tough retake for him, but Kai is kind of without a paddle up there, and yeah, Toasty's gonna be able to shut that down real quick.
Catch them.
Real quick with no questionable activities, just straight up shots. And
standing.
Toasty on the 3K, only up to this poor Astro in the 1 against 5. Bomb is probably just gonna get stuck here, and the lead goes down. I mean, I don't know, with how pretty much easily they took that pistol round. It's looking good, even though they might be low on rounds right now.
Flawless.
I think they might bring it back.
Oh, that should be all they need to tie it up, right? I mean, assuming that this next round goes exactly how we would all expect it to go, it seems pretty good. I'm more curious to see if they're gonna try to emulate what they did on the pistol round there, and they're gonna play more aggressive, or if they're just gonna, you know, anticipate a contact play, maybe up cat or mid, and just try to shut that down. So we'll have to see how it goes here. Obviously, the goal for Valor is to just try to take as many guns out of them as possible, but it's really just going to come down to this play from Gavin here and whether or not he gets damage from these paint shells.
Exactly. I mean, look at that nade coming out. Quite a bit of damage to nothing, but it makes enough space for him, Bless, to grab that ultimate orb. And now he's repositioning, but he's out of util, and he's going to have to rely on playing very cheeky with this classic in hand.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting setup actually coming out from Valor. You don't really see a lot of anti-eco defaults like this. Normally you see a lot of like 5-man contact pushes up like mid, and it looks like they're just waiting. They're just waiting for Crown the King to make a mistake here. We do have Hyunmin kind of challenging up more towards mid, but they have a crossfire ready for him there. So it's going to have to end on an A hit, and it's going to come down to whether or not they're able to get into tree without losing, you know, without losing anybody, without losing Drain, because he's going to be kind of vital for this pinch.
Exactly. You know, that's kind of what we like to see coming out from these players. It's just, it's a vital position, especially since they're doing what they did the first round. They're buying a lot of util. One thing that we can say is that Bless, in
30
this round,
seconds left.
used up all of his util before they were able to push, and that's going to happen again. But let's see what's happening here. Stinger in the hand of the Omen on Heaven. Gavin rocking that back fence. It's going to be a flashbang to all rush in, but I mean, defense is ready for it. But are they ready for Bless to get one? But
10
Toasty
seconds
is.
left.
That's a
Spike
2K.
down
Spike
A.
is down.
Here.
And honestly, attack has
Here.
nothing. They can't get on site in time. They can't plant the
One
bomb. It's
enemy
just going to be up
remaining.
to the man lurking, Hyunmin. Hyunmin versus Sai. And it's all over. That's going to be tying it up. Just as you said, Disco. It's a guaranteed tie-up after a winning pistol round.
I mean, honestly, that was not a bad effort from Valor. I think maybe Drain a little bit late on the tree push there, but that was definitely a winnable round. I feel like they really set up well, but unfortunately unable to close it out. But now we have rifles in their hands. But if we look over at the other side, see something a little bit unnerving here is an operator, a 3rd round bonus operator in the hands of Toasty. Very uncommon. Usually they wait for the full rifle round after you get into round 4, but Toasty's just going to go ahead and send this one on a little bit of a gamble here. We'll see if it pays off for him.
Yep. Oh my
Oh!
Toasty, it does
Spike
pay
down
off.
mid.
It doesn't just pay off. That is clearing out the bank. What a shot onto the smokes. They can't initiate anymore unless Bless finally gets his game together. Double satchel charges in and one taps the 3 people guarding this A site.
That's such an important pick too, because now that's their smokes completely gone. That's a huge part of their sight hit. So they're gonna have to try to reevaluate here, maybe slow down, get some util out, play for picks. But Toasty is ready for another peek.
Oh, Toasty! No way. I mean, this player, the Jet, you said the op was out, but this is more than being out. This is being on top of the world right now, Disco. Oh, Hyunmin. Oh, Hyunmin. It's not over yet.
How does he get away with that?
Because he's Hyunmin, Disco. He always gets away with it, but you know who shuts him down? Toasty. And Toasty's ready to do it again. This is what he wants to see. Hyunmin versus Toasty in a 1-against-1. The CT push is coming out. Hyun, ready.
30
to
seconds
anchor.
left.
He's hugging it. And I don't think he's going to peek Toasty. He knows that he's facing off against an operator. And Toasty, very aggro here.
They also have to know Hyunmin is low, very low. I mean, we might even see a right kick classic or a ghost just end his life here.
Last player standing.
The ghost through the corner teleports all the way to Boathouse. Love for that for him, and Drain's gonna go down. It was just what you like to see, but honestly, MVP Toasty almost ate there with 4 kills that round.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do if you're Team Valor? I mean, like, you're setting up, you're doing a good job in your defaulting, but Toasty off the first pick off to on the wavy and mid, it was just huge, right? And then the immediate reposition back to A heaven to just shut down that hit is just perfect from him. I mean, the man cannot miss, it would seem. It's 17 and 8 right now, carrying this entire lobby, and now the timeout coming through for Team Valor is probably much needed. As they're going to be forced onto an eco here after losing that bonus pretty big. They're going to have to try to find a way to punish Toasty here, I think, with his operator. And unfortunately, a little bit difficult to do that, Edge, when you don't have a Sova on your team. And that's why I'm a big Sova advocate, because the drone is actually really good at pushing people off the angles. We actually saw Crown the King doing it on their attack side in against Hyunmin, who would be holding mid. They'd just be like recon darting him, droning him out, and I don't think Fade has a similar capability.
I also believe that Fade has very little capability against this team composition, because when you're at this level, Fade's lineup is huge. It's so easy to shoot. It makes so much noise flying through the air, unlike a recon dart, who's kind of a little bit stealthier. But also, Wavy getting shut down this consistently is a problem. You need your smokes. Last round, he was almost a match MVP. This round, not so much.
Yeah, and especially if you're running an Astra in your team composition, that player needs to be alive, because more than likely a lot of your playbook is going to be revolving around the utility that you're getting off of Astra and off of your KO in this particular composition. So Wavy really just needs to kind of play, I think, back of the pack a little bit and just make sure that he's there to support his team with the kit.
And you gotta support your team with a kit of all of the util going on. A site is the target objective. Are we gonna see them actually be able to push through Toasty? He's sitting in garden with that operator, but will it be enough?
I like the setup here.
I also do, I gotta say. I mean, Gavin, 1 tap, 2 taps.
Oh.
What? Gavin! Oh my god! That was just clean! Honestly, check his PC, everybody. Check his PC. Pause the game. We're ready to go. Bonk! It's not over yet! Gavin just being the KO diff. Now another flashbang to hit everybody off. Gets the detail, knows that there's gonna be 2 here, and he's just gonna swing out. This could be a potential ace for the man. 11 bullets, 1 dream. Toasty holding it back. No. 1 bullet has to reload, and Toasty gonna take out Wavy. Spike is now down. Hyunmin, you're in a poor spot, and you have only a Vandal. You need to try to get this. 3, 2, 1. Toasty looking around, and Death's gonna get the final blow. I need MVP Gavin right now for the entirety of the game overall. Toasty, yes, has been fragging out, but Gavin is the consistent player on this team.
A gift.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really big round for Gavin there, and I think a huge flaw in the sight hit from Valor as well. I think the setup was nice over towards Tree. I like the utility usage, but the problem is that they did not have A main control, and because of that, they were unable to punish Gavin, who, quite frankly, had his back completely exposed to A main. Now, if they had set that up a little bit differently, timed it, you know, there's a good chance that they actually come out on top there, and I think that's kind of the thing that's hurting them here is a lot of their timing on these, and their defaults have not been strong.
What, Toasty? The round just started. You don't have to kill people quite yet. It's a default map. You don't have to play it this fast. Toasty, you're just too good, Toasty. But can you do it again? You got one KO, one dream, one shot. He gets it. Let's see if he's gonna have it again. He still has his dash available. He knows he wants to repeat this while he has dash up, and he's going to. Bless also shut down. What a player. I mean, Disco, I don't think that this is at all a joke when I say Toasty is the man of the hour with this op in hand.
Absolutely. You could tell he's really feeling himself too. He's getting a lot of the jiggles in. This man has not missed in the last 4 rounds with this operator. This is absolutely insane. Now Hyunmin just all alone.
I mean, Hyunmin always kind of the lurker on this team. He's been able to get 1 or 2 kills, but against Toasty, let's count to 3 here and see if he's ready. It's less than 3 seconds. Less than 3 seconds. Toasty again, a 4K on the road to the ace. They just
30
find
seconds
out
left.
Where is this bomb carrying Astra Wavy in a 1v5. This is what we like to see here, but he's got to try to get in here for this. They can't allow this 7-10 lead happen, especially since this was a buy round for them. They put in a lot of money to make sure that they could afford weapons. If you don't get any kills or a plant, Wavy, you can't buy next round. And
left.
Toasty is at 22-8, wanting to drop a 30 this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Wavy here, you just have to try to save. And on the other side of things, if you're Crown the King, you want to go take that gun away. You guys have huge economic cushion. You need to push them over here. And unfortunately, Wavy is going to get out with that gun, which is going to be good for them. But now Valor are in kind of a tough situation, I think. They haven't found a solution for Toasty at all. I mean, they're just walking directly into his op. And when you're giving somebody like that, who's obviously on a heater, a lot of space to work with and just completely unpunished, it's going to dismantle your entire attack side. Now 4 ultimates online is pretty nice, but we have to see how well they can actually invest these into a site hit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what we're seeing from these teams is
you
just
want to play?
ego
Let's
peaks
play.
get answered by operators.
Spike dropped.
One thing though, 4 ultimates, 1 point away for Wavy. This is what they need. On Ascent, if you can't out aim a guy, you can out util dump on them. You can send out the showstopper. You can send out Drain's ult, Kai's ult, Hyunmin, Tour de Force might be able to ego diff him because that's just what we like to see from Hyun. But in this position, he's stuck in mid right now with that Tour de Force active, looking to see if he can get Toasty.
How well they hit the site's going to be really important for them.
Well, all of the ultimates coming out, not connected to anybody. Bless here, you got a rocket fuse, but are you gonna blow the fuse? Let's see it, and it connects to nothing. Bless, unfortunately, not doing as much as he wishes to, but they got control over A site, and it's just gonna be about the retake going on for these defenders. Hyunmin anchoring in middle, and he doesn't get it. He just gets swung out and clicked on. But Toasty, the knife wall bang? I didn't even know that was possible to get a click through a wall. Psy on a double kill with a headshot. And Super with the last one. I think this is GG.
Wow. Yeah, I think that, I mean, we can see there is a clear difference in teams here. That retake was flawless out of Crown the King, and unfortunately Hyunmin, I think very poor positioning on Cat as well. He needs to be up more pressuring Tree, I think, and allowing Duper to just walk through there and then retake that space so easily. It causes the entire post plant to fall apart, and I think that's where Valor really fell apart there. The showstopper was able to make some space, but unfortunately no real value out of it at all, and Toasty just comes in and completely takes it apart off of a Blade Storm. So, I mean, it's really do or die at this point, because you can see that Valor is investing every bit of money that they have into rifles for this round. So if they lose this, it's probably free.
And, you know, what free things are good, but when you're free, it makes you kind of feel bad. Toasty, you're ready to get another pick. Let's see who's going to peek it today. It's going to be a boom bot that he's not actually able to shut down. The combination of both Bless and Fade is working out. They're going to send that over to make sure that they can try to bite it, and they know he's now in CT. Bless has 2 satchel charges, 1 dream.
You are divided.
Ooh, the divide, the astral splittage. Gavin, though, still in stairwell, gets one. Toasty, though, walks right out of the wall, getting himself a pick, and now has to watch around. Doesn't want to get pushed from behind, but A site is clear. Hyunmin has been making space for them. Let's see what's happening with Dai now pushing in. This man, Hyunmin, he's got the champion Vandal, but can he play like it's VCT 2021? Fight goes down. Sai, toward the first in hand. Swinging out, whiffing 1 shot, whiffing 2 shots. Now switching over to the Vandal because he knows it might not be for him. Wavy gets wall banged through generator. Sai trying to get the final blow is going to walk right into Hyunmin. And no, the shock dart from Dev.
Wow.
This is what is happening. Toasty right to the right. 3 bullets. 1 shot necessary, both for the op and for the Vandal. Look at this play. Just walking zoomed in. The confidence from Toasty. He's gonna fake it, but does he check his... He doesn't check his right, but it doesn't matter. The 3 bullets. Oh, Toasty! Oh my god. And honestly, the
I don't think he has it.
He does.
No.
1-4.
0.14. Man, all Hyunmin had to do was just delay for a fraction of a second, and they win that round. That is unbelievable. Punished for a 3-bullet clip as well, and man, I think that was a lot closer than they had a right for it to be as well. But now, Crown the King on match point with everything at their disposal, whereas Team Valor is scraping the bottom of the barrel. They're breaking the piggy bank just to try to get some rifles into their hands.
And rifles in their hand is exactly what they need to have. But one thing that they could use here is the fact that they have light armor and nobody except for Dev has a phantom, which means they could take a lot of bullets and not die just the same. But I hear ready to go, has all the util necessary, popping that ultimate down. He's ready to swing in and make some noise.
They're really trying to sell this fake, and it might actually pay off if Duper doesn't. Oh no, Duper's actually got... He's got the jump on him. He could completely dismantle this.
Ooh, wow, Drain! Able to get 1, but I mean, Duper already took out the smokes. The control is down, but control is to help you get onto site, not necessarily hold it as well on Astra, but power of her, she can take people off the bomb, and she can't take anybody off because she's dead. But Hyunmin, you're ready to go. You're ready to try to help this people out, but Sai is also here, joined by Toasty in a 4v4 retake. But look at the play developing. We got Bless. We got 1, but we don't get 2. Toasty, the MVP with the op. They're ready to drop in. And Hyunmin gets 1. Hyunmin can't get 2.
One
And
enemy
this is actually
remaining.
gonna go down. Sai is holding it, but he's taking so much damage from the nade. He wants to get again, but he trusts his
Wow.
teammate so well. And that's the end of the game.
Defenders
Semis
win.
are ended, and Crown the King is crowned for the finals. And who are they fighting today? We got to really find that out. Let's see how the other game is going. But Disco, while I see who's next up on the roster, you tell me right now, what do you think won them that game? I think it's obvious, but you're going to have to tell me.
You know what? I think really won them that game was that everybody on Crown the King just went in and decided to have fun. That I think that was the real secret recipe. But no, Toasty absolutely had the game of his life, 26-8, and I think at the end of the day, the composition was just not good enough or we could not find any answers for Toasty in that entire game. I mean, you have a man who is obviously feeling himself. He's on fire. He's on a heater, and he's going around, and there's no way to challenge him or push him off of any angles because you don't have the proper utility for it. I mean, unless you just want to burn a gravity well every single round and then not have it for any of your sight hits. But unfortunately, they weren't able to find an answer for him, so he was just in there shutting him down. I think they just won every single round on defense. So Crown the King actually looking really good, especially after what we just saw from Team Valor the map before. They looked so strong, and to be made to look like children almost in that game makes Crown the King look very favorable to win this entire tournament.
Exactly. And that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see these players able to bring their A game, especially against all of them. Crown the King making a huge, absolute smash in the semis. But it's the final time, and they're competing against a whole new team. They don't have to play against someone who was just on stream. They might not know how they play. Valor is getting kicked off, but to end the Valorant tournament today, it's going to have to be another 2 teams here, or another 2 to find out. Right now, we're currently looking at the composition between Large Flaming Tots versus UCSC Gold. Currently, game's still going on. We'll find out who is joining in a little bit, so we might cut to commercial, but I'm excited to say we're going to be back for the finals in a little bit of time. Make sure to peep the Twitter. Make sure to check out everything that we have going on. The Discord, also great announcements coming soon. So, see you guys in a little bit.
Our road is not in her. She's a diamond under her. Wanna lay you down.
Keep your family safe with the Skybell Video Doorbell. Skybell sends live video of your front door to your smartphone so you can always know who's at the door.
Can I help you?
We also believe that the things that keep you safe should also keep you connected to the ones you love.
Daddy, I'm home from school and look what I made you.
Oh, that's great, sweetheart.
And make your life a little easier.
I have a package for Rachel.
Great, I'll be home soon. Can you leave it on the side of the house?
Sure.
Skybell HD's motion sensor will alert you when an unwanted visitor doesn't press the doorbell. And full color night vision helps you see perfectly at night.
Hit the lights.
Tired of visitors waking up your baby by pressing your doorbell? With the silent mode feature, you can turn off the indoor chime and still receive notifications on your phone. Skybell HD records each video you see, so you can watch or download the video at a later time, even if you didn't see it live. When combined with other smart home products like locks, lights, and indoor cameras, Skybell HD becomes the eyes to your smart home. We've partnered with some of the biggest companies in the world, extending their coverage to your front door. On sale now at skybell.com.
Alrighty, everyone. My name is EduCass. I'm joined by Disco Cass, and we are now doing the finals at the IGLeague NeonBlack Series. But right here, we have two teams, okay? One we just watched play, and another that has been battling it out in the behind the scenes. Disco, give everybody the rundown.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at Crown the King, who looked really strong in the last map that we saw. They were, I mean, a very well-oiled machine and take this very seriously. You know, they seem to really want to win it, and I think they have what it takes. Meanwhile, we have UCSC Gold, which is a team that I'm personally not familiar with, and I'm also not very familiar with any of the players. I don't know if I've seen them in the past, if they've done the bracket but not made it deep, but they are in the finals now, so this is their chance to try to take it away in this best of 3. But that being said, Crown the King looking very strong, and the first map that we're starting off with is going to be Bind, which is always a very interesting map to see how it plays out, because it can really go one of two ways. It can be a very close one, or it can be a just complete shutout with just the way that it's structured, no middle lane to go with. So it's really all going to come down to I think this first map.
Yeah, and honestly, map 1 being Bind, a map where it's really all about how you play around teleporters and info. This is the loudest map in the game. Very tight corners. All the info you can be baited. I'm expecting to see maybe an Omen, definitely a Chamber coming out from players like hopefully Toasty again, going with an operator strategy against the attacking team right now. They have so many things ready to go. So let's see what's going to move forward, especially with, of course, UCSC Gold being the new contender for us to witness their debut today. With hopefully some nice clean one taps. And of course, Disco, we are going to be moving in here. I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm pretty excited. I really like watching Tier 3, Tier C teams play on Bind, because, you know, it really depends on how well they actually end up controlling showers and long, which I think is the most crucial thing that you can do on this. And a lot of times we see like really strong raise picks out of here. We've seen some fades in the past as well, which looks like we might be seeing some of that in this as well. I think a little bit of a missed opportunity if you're not going with the raise and fade combo, though, because we know that the C's nade combo is very effective, especially on a map like Bind, where I think raise is a must pick. Now, Smoke's coming out for Killer Cropped on the Brimstone. I like that. And Gavin potentially locking in an Astra pick here. That's kind of strange.
You know, we did just see him on KO absolutely bring his in-game, but the difference between KO and Astra is astronomical. But one thing that we can say, puns aside, is that Toasty's ready to bring the heat. I said puns aside, and then I immediately did a pun. I have a problem. But dad jokes are here to stay. Dev locking in Initiator yet again. Duper, instead of being Smokes, giving up that position to Gavin on Sky. But here's the one thing that I got to say. Brimstone, honestly, not the best smoke agent on this map. Personally,
Really?
I'm not a fan of it because how fast people can rotate. Brimstone burns through util so quickly. It's just not as good as maybe even an Omen, because Omens can fake the TP. Omens can, because it's so close range, that paranoia, that blind, so positive. That kind of stuff. And also, not a whole lot of good, clean lineups on Brimstone for the post-plant Molly plays. It's just not exactly the best, especially since sites like A-Site, they're huge. They're massive. Brimstone can't cover everything, and I don't think he will be able to. We look over at Maraboshi on Chamber. That beautiful pick, looking very similar team compositions. The only change is actually going to be the smokes. And Astra, I think, is much better here. Astral Divide hits both A and B. It's an even playing field for them. So let's see what happens moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. The Astra is kind of a niche pick a little bit here, but it does work in a lot of ways because you have, you know, access to things like the gravity well and the, you know, the concussion, which is really good for slowing down a lot of site hits. And so we'll have to see if they're actually able to utilize it that way. To their advantage, and already a 3-stack just going towards the side of A is probably going to be the most effective way to start this round off, and a trademark to try and slow down any pushes as well. However, it does look as though UCSC Gold is actually maybe leaning more towards a B hit. Now, if we can see some good information off of Duper's util here, they might be able to pull a rotation out of them quick. Otherwise, this could be tough for them.
You know, being tough is what we kind of want to see coming out from UCSC Gold, especially since they're leading right now on attack. They want to be able to control the map, and that's what attack is required. Miraboshi on the lurk, looking for that pick onto Dev, but he's been warming up in the range pre-game. He's not ready to die yet. Miraboshi taking a little bit of damage, giving a little info. 3 on A means B should be easier to take as long as Duper doesn't absolutely destroy them. Jumping right out. All the util. Look at this bunny hop. Wow, Duper. He's able to get 2, making it even, but this is now going to be a retake round. Pistol round doing great. One thing I love about Bind, it's a fast map to play on. Very quick rotations and even quicker entries. Nade doing the best they can to actually try to connect anything, but Miraboshi, he's been lurking the entire time, finally shows up in hookah to get the pick on Sai. Looking like this team not doing too
Last player standing.
Crown already last alive dead. He can't hit his shots right now. Luckily, not taking a lot of damage from either utils, but that's over. The Frenzy getting a 3K for these players.
Yeah, I think not the position you want to be in there if you're Crown the King. All bottlenecked, trying to push out of the one area CT. I think maybe try to take a little bit more space in elbow and then execute on a pinch there, but unfortunately not able to pull that off. Only Duper, the only player coming out of that with any kills at all. So Anti-Eco should be coming forward here for UCSC Gold, but it looks like they're not investing fully in this edge. I mean, we see a Frenzy and a Ghost, and typical to see one person saving for an op here, but the Bobby just trusting implicitly his teams are going to be able to carry him through this round. So we'll have to see how this works out for them in what appears to be a little bit of a default here.
And you're kind of having to force a default, but it's already over. Sai being very aggressive. The Headhunter will cost him his life to Miraboshi right there. Attackers doing a great job clearing a chamber that, honestly, in this kind of situation, you want to have range fights and a chamber up in heaven. That's what you need. The Bobby, though, being very aggro, gets one, Bruno gets the other, and Miraboshi!
Wow.
He doesn't miss those. That's the Headhunter, and it lives up to his name.
So I kind of mentioned it before, but it wouldn't, you know, when you're playing on Bind for both teams, whether you're attacking or defending, Showers control and Long B control is very, very important, and we can see the effects of it. There's Mabaroshi winning out that early duel in Showers, and he's able to just get in there and take all of that space, and then the A site just becomes completely free for them. Anybody that's playing on the site is going to have to retreat, so I want to continue to see more of that out of UCSC Gold, and maybe potentially Crown the King trying to get some counter utility out there as well to kind of keep him off of it, and it looks like that's what we're actually going to see out of them, potentially Toasty and Dev here.
Oh, he misses the shot. Miraboshi, though, not on the head. He's able to hit the head, not the eye, but Sai on that flank gets the pick on Bruno. Here comes an even playing field. The Bobby as that judge, and Miraboshi is going to go down to Sai's Vandal. This is a buy round for these defenders, so this a very aggressive shower play is what they need. Well, Gavin, he's going to just play the range against that poor judge. Luckily, though, Egg W gets W, getting the pick off onto that smoke. No more smoke. It's just going to be Initiator and Brimstone versus the world here. They do take the portal, and look at this. Killer Cropped 163 has been holding it the entire time. And not going to get checked, but Duper gives away his position. Has to hold this down. Not looking too hot here. But the spike should be getting planted on A regardless. This could be a potential bonus win as long as Sai starts missing today.
Crown the King is in really good positions here for retake if they continue to pressure Showers, but it looks like they're actually going to rotate off of it. Might be a little bit of a mistake there, Edge.
It could be a little bit of a mistake, but one thing's for certain. They're all kind of stuck inside of Showers now, and they can't push out any further, which means if they just go around, it's very hard to do anything. And as we see, pushing out of Showers when the bomb is planted for CT side, that's going to be the death of you.
Yeah, very interesting positioning there from UCSC. I'm not quite sure what their game plan was. They obviously meant to plant it for Heaven and holding CT, which I think was actually the right play, but going and then retaking Showers and playing from Showers when the spike is planted on the other side of Truck, I think is not the situation that you want to be in, and they actually did. They had a little bit of an advantage there. Maybe one player Showers, one player Heaven could be more ideal for them, but regardless, you know, they lose the round, but they do quite a bit of damage, it seems, and we get a couple rifles out, but not quite enough to slow them down. We are going to see a judge in the hands of Dev as a result. So It's going to be an interesting play here. It looks like they're leaning towards A, going right into a pretty strong stack here from Crown the King.
Like the lineup coming out, but Toasty, he's just going to break that, holding it down while Bruno here. Red is swinging out onto this poor player, GG Avin. Hopefully this Astra knows not to peek right now. But instead they are going to be throwing down the bomb, getting planted, Toasty getting one, and Gavin getting his back when Bobby wants to push in. EggW trying to hold it down, but Muraboshi getting another. There we go, side with the pick onto it, chamber dip, and Gavin with the spray, getting himself 2 kills. What a round.
Wow, it's really amazing. I mean, everything just came together perfectly for Crown the King there to break up that sight hit, and I think that's kind of what you want to see out of this team, especially holding defense here. They're going to want to be utilizing more of those paint shells and the prowlers to break that up. And if you're UCSC Gold, you got to wonder what went wrong there. I mean, they were winning a lot of their opening duels kind of more towards the beginning of this, but now it's kind of maybe time to slow things down a little bit. It looks like they are going to challenge long, which I do think is the correct thing to do here. But there might be some information off this guiding light here.
Wow, what a flashbang. A little bit of info given by Muraboshi or Mab or Roshi. One of the two, we never know. Are going to try to get this hold down, maybe get a pick. They just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, it's a very interesting setup from Crown the King too. They should be able to play off of each other here really well. I think Duper's position a little bit exposed here. Good paint shells though to push him off the angle.
I like where Killer Cropped 163 is though. It's kind of important that he tries to hold that down. Bruno in showers, pushing up. He's not able to get the pick off the dev. Fades having a little bit of a battle there. Well, Muraboshi is ready to try to get in.
I mean, good pressure from UCSC into showers, but they have zero hookah control here, Edge. So, I mean, I don't think this is going to be a good time to hit B, which is exactly why it looks like they're lining up for an A hit. They're going to have to find an answer, though, for Toasty, because he is holding down U-Haul right now, and that's going to be a very key position for them to take. And they have no showers control either.
A very clean position if you want to take it, but Toasty here, look at what they're doing right now. They're ready for it, and there's one. The spray down on Bruno gets the other. Spike is down. Showstopper coming out, and he's not going to connect it though. And Sun Rosa level ult. But here we go, Toasty ready to push forward already. 11 seconds
10
remaining.
seconds left.
This is going to be the end of the game for these attackers. They just have to keep trying to push in, and Killer Crops is down. Toasty with the other, and Toasty with the 4K. Honestly, I mean, they just wasted too much time.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time trying to default B long, which I don't think is a bad thing, but the problem is that after they applied from pressure to showers, they just completely came off of it, and that allowed Crown the King to just hold a really strong crossfire there in A short, which is not a scenario that you want to be in if you're the attackers, right? You need to kind of clear out a lot more of those positions. We need to see more utility, and smoking that off would have been huge there. So definitely a lot to be desired there, I think, for UCSC's attack. They're down only by 1 round now, but the momentum is starting to build a little bit for Crown the King. You need to kind of stop the bleeding here, or else they're going to run away with it.
They are, and they want to try to push everything forward for this runaway one tap here. XX to Bobby, XX wanting to try to move forward, but the decay plus the nade, that's a lot of damage. But he's just outside of it. Now, this is where these teammates work together to get in here. I love what we're seeing from GG Avin. Getting in there, doing the best that he can to get all of the smokes down for his team. But Bruno. Oh no, Bruno, are you going to be able to get the pick here? Well, Muraboshi, size operator is now online, and so is Toasty. There's already a pick of the ages going in. It's just up to these guys. Egg holding it to get forward. Dev gets one. Killer Crops 163 gets another. GG Avin goes down into Bobby. All of the players are now working together.
Satchel out.
Just after that, I love the way that guy moved. Honestly, you kind of baited it a little bit. To Bobby ready for Duper's push here, trying to make sure that he knows where these players are. Utility usage. But wow, Duper goes down, and Toasty gonna be roasting him today. Defenders winning, and again, the comeback right now with a 4-0 start after losing the first 2 rounds.
All right, now, Edge, I want you to imagine society. where UCSC actually have Showers control in that round. And I want to get this point across because I do hate to sound like a broken record, but it is just the map control is so poor from their side. They're activating the Seekers and not even trying to follow it up with a Showstopper, which Bobby has. I mean, that would have been a huge way to actually retake Showers if you're gonna go in like that. And so we see them immediately punished for that. And you know, Kron the King just looking very dominant in this game already. I mean, only 6 rounds in, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of cracks showing for them. So it's going to be really hard for UCSC to actually find some value off of a default like this, especially when they're on an eco round.
I completely agree with you, Disco. But here's one thing I got to say about Gavin here. He's ready to try to hold this down. And to Bobby, this man's a Raze player who has been getting the frags, but he needs to try to do it with his team, and now they're finally all set up together. But Duper is going to take one down, do a nice pop flash, get a shot. Luckily, Gavin's going to get the other, and here we go. This is what we like to see. But what?
Wow.
Gavin! That is the second time we've seen this player disregard both smoke and walls to get a clean headshot. But Mabaroshi is going to get a dev. That is a vital pick. No longer does this defensive team have a fade. That is the biggest amount of info gathering that they got. So let's see what's happening here with these 2 attackers to try to retake the round. Toasty, though, what is this position for himself right now? All the way up on top of the box, getting able to get one. Toasty right behind it, able to get Bruno. Toasty! You know, Showers control. As you said, you might be a broken record, but with a name like Disco, you got to play the record every time it's relevant. So let's see what happens moving forward.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they really haven't seemed to find an answer for Crown the King. And I mean, Toasty having a huge amount of discipline to just sit in that position for the entirety of that round, and it pays off dividends when they end up repushing there. And I would really like to see, we have the Orbital Strike online and a Showstopper and a Nightfall here, Edge. So these are actually really great ultimates to invest into a fast sight hit. And it looks like Duper is all alone on B. They've gone with complete gamble stack towards A. So if they play their cards right, they should be able to take this site relatively easily.
Yeah, but one thing about Astra, she has the divide, which completely splits the site in half and is more powerful on B than it is A. So even if we start seeing ults come out, we might see that Astral divide buy some time here. And all the Utho's gonna get dumped. We might see it drop any second now, but if it doesn't, then B site is all the attackers down. And that is a big mistake for these defenders. Now it's gonna be actually a play that we want to see from UCSC. Showstopper coming out, and it's going to connect to Gavin. Counter ults going for these defenders, but no more possible defender level ultimates. But look at this wallbang! Dev, so much damage being dealt. Maraboshi already there, while Duper up close and personal, but he doesn't even care. Last person standing, he's ready for this. The bomb might be planted for him, but he spots ahead of Killer Crops 163, and 163 gets the 1 kill that is needed for his team.
Right here.
Unbelievable that Crown the King was able to make that round as close as it was. I mean, it was really well played by UCSC Gold on the site hold there. I really like the Orbital Strike to break up the push from elbow and kind of force everybody back into, you know, like CT or back into elbow behind the smokes. But Toasty just coming out and absolutely farming everybody in his sights. And it's exactly what we saw last game. What is the answer to a man who just runs through a smoke and then doesn't miss? I mean, how can you possibly beat that? Now, Showstopper online for him, and the Cosmic Divide still in the pocket of Crown the King as well. They could use this in another retake scenario and win out the round.
Yeah, and you got to try to win out the round here. I mean, what a flashbang! Making sure that Maraboshi cannot get the shot through the smoke. But, you know, as you were saying, what can you do about a guy flying at you? The only thing you can do is maybe playing a different game. Apex Legends, it's great, but just kidding.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's the secret.
The secret is to just close your monitor, turn off the computer, take a deep breath, try again tomorrow. But I mean, these guys, they're absolutely crushing it right now. And what a pick! Killer Cropped 163 gets Super. Maraboshi gets Gavin. And there's the nade, trying to slow it down, but with the Showstopper coming out from Toasty, they're gonna have to just bail. But does that go through the portal? I remember if it does, but they're just running. They're running so far, so fast. But do they run fast enough? They run enough where it matters. But hey, Showers control. Size got it. One,
Enemy
two,
remaining.
that's a double kill. Down, Spike is
down
down.
A.
And now, again, defense inside of showers against Bruno. The Tour de Force holding that side. But honestly, the post-mortem on the combat stim could give the edge that we need to see here from this fade. Never mind. I just
Did
clean
you
with
see
it.
their faces? Sorry,
That's
I shouldn't
actually
laugh.
so heartbreaking to see. UCSC had that round in the bag completely. They had every right to win it, but unfortunately the smoke from Killer Crop actually plays against them. The side is able to just walk out of it and get 2 for free. They're looking completely the wrong direction. Even though it wasn't a terrible side hit, unfortunately, side just diffing them as the rest of the team seems to be doing now. So I think maybe a timeout is probably in order for UCSC. I think they need to kind of discuss here a little bit of their default strategy, which I think is falling quite short here. They're not winning any of these opening engagements, and I think they need to find more value out of their utility usage here as well.
Yeah, value, value, value. That is a word that gets thrown around a lot in the pro scene. But what does it mean? Value means info, util usage expended, and kills. So with everything that they have, what is the value of this team moving forward into A, especially that these attackers are split on this site? So Spike now getting picked up. It's going to be a B long push, and it already gets shut down by Psy. Clean headshot. Duper gets the other, and there's 3 on B, and a rotate is probably the best bet for them. But Bruno, he's moving forward here. Another piece of util, but Gavin, nice jump out of hallway. You're now dead. Hookah, and he's getting a 3K, a flawless round. Yes, it is against ecos, but Disco, what happens when you have bigger guns?
Well, I mean, usually you lose on the gun diff, but I think also you're going to lose if you're not actually splitting the site that you're trying to split. I mean, we saw 3 attackers stacked up towards B-Long, absolutely 0 pressure on Hookah, and, you know, they're going to have to start pressuring it because every time Psy puts that trademark down there, they literally have no reason to even bother looking at it. And once the trademark gets popped, it's just an immediate telegraph to Gavin to just put a smoke there, and then they can just shut it down almost instantaneously. And so we're seeing another, you know, kind of lopsided default here, not really fighting a lot for B long here while immediately pressuring Hookah. So the lurk actually might be big here out of Mabaroshi if he is able to find anybody on the rotate, but the trademark here is probably going to suss him out as well.
I mean, defensive team right now, one thing I gotta say is it's a very unique purchase that at this stage of the game, going for a judge on the fade right now, even though you have enough money for an actual weapon like a Vandal or a Phantom. But Duper, double flashing it out, has that Vandal ready to swing out, but oh, Killer Crops, 163, able to get the picks, but Gavin, he's the man that holds that down, gets the double kill with the Astra Phantom, spraying it all down. A minimum Phantom, but not minimal impact. What another pick, but it's all over. Killer Crops 163, getting the trade off and planting that spike. Spike planted. Like what we're seeing here, I mean, spraying through from Toasty, honestly, it's what you like to do, especially since that is very wall bangable, but they're all sitting long. They're playing around the Brimstone ultimate, but the Brimstone ult might get shut down.
Egg just needs to buy time here, I think. That's his only job.
He has to. And that's one. That buys you about 10 seconds. Can you buy it again? What are you shooting at there, Toasty?
I've got your trail.
Another ultimate, and you're blind egg. Wow. Buying time or just getting 3.
Really like that from UCS
Last
Gold, actually.
round in the
Really
half.
good repositioning from Killer Crop there to go retake Hookah and just kind of hold it from there. It allows them to actually initiate a little bit of a pinch once they get onto the site, since they're not actually fighting the defenders there for sight at all. They're just giving them the space and just playing off that ultimate, which is a good way to win that round out. But unfortunately now the orbital strike is burned. You are a couple orbs away from possibly a showstopper or a nightfall, but it is the last round in the half. So if we can get one of those ultimates online, they have a good shot at maybe trying to even this up as close as possible.
Oh, but it doesn't connect. That operator unable to shut down one of the defenders on chamber. But I mean, I like what you were talking about hookah control, and we're seeing that pop up from the defenders. So now getting a little bit more aggro. Attack, yes, has been bringing it back recently, but can they keep that momentum, especially with this A stack and an operator on the hands of Toasty? Toasty whips one shot, but Dev, this is why you buy a Judge, even though you can afford a bigger weapon. You don't need a bigger weapon if you have the shotgun that, with very little accuracy, close quarters is still a one-tap.
I mean, it's ideal for the position that Dev is in now, but if he's forced to retake, you're not in a very good position with the Judge unless he can find a rifle somewhere or has left one laying around. And it looks like it's going to be the B hit actually from the side of UCSC. So they're jumping into a little bit of a stack here. It looks like Toasty is ready for it with the operator as well.
All right, Gavin ready to try to push in against these teams, but oh, Duper, oh, Gavin, he just doesn't miss the double kill. Duper knows that there's a blind person behind that wall, so he's just gonna say, okay, bet, I'll push that. And the shorty slows down Egg, and Egg, he's gotta hold that down. Wait, they threw the op through the wall to bait out the play. Toasty, that was so disrespectful for the last round of the half.
Switching sides.
Wow. I mean, you can tell Toasty is absolutely feeling himself, and so is Gavin. I mean, these guys both had insane games last map in the series that we just watched, and it seems to have carried over here. And now winning out the half 8-4, that's a really big lead for them now. I mean, not to do my best John Madden impression, but UCSC is going to have to win the pistol round here if they want to have any shot at catching up to the massive lead that Crown the King has right now.
And if they don't win pistol, it is either GG or a thrifty on second round to bring this game back. But one thing's for certain is when these two teams previously have switched sides, there's been a shift, because sometimes you're very good at being a defensive team composition, or you're very good at being on aggressive. It's just about who these players are as individuals and how they mesh with each other. But Killer Cropped 163, he's right now inside of that anchor on Heaven, wants to try to drop the smoke down.
A really good default from Crown the King as well. They're using, we talked about it before, value in your utility. They're getting a huge amount of value in trying to take that hookah control, pushing Killer Cropped off the angle, and now they could try to re-aggress long.
And wow, so much damage taken by Sai there. Dog able to actually get in, bite him for 70, which, you know, that's something that you like to do. And of course, his Sky did not go for his heal, instead went for the dog purchase, because info is vital. Personally, I enjoy having heal on Sky pistol round, considering a majority of people don't have armor, so the heal can always reset your entire team. But that aside, Mabaroshi, he's got himself a headhunter. We know what he did to it, or did with it last game, but Sai as well. A little swing out, and that's what we like to see. Mabaroshi very comfortable using that gun, but he's ready to keep trying and do it again. Oh, Bruno! For the first time, Gavin's the guy who gets shot through the smoke. Now he's down. What a play. And no, 13 seconds remaining. They're going into Killer Cropped. 10 seconds before they have to plant the bomb, and they're just walking right into it, but he doesn't have the shots. Toasty's gonna get the pick. And the spike down. 3 seconds remaining. Mabaroshi tries to go forward, but Dev, he's holding it down. These attackers, the rotate at the very last second is perfect, and it's playing out exactly how they like it. Super. Getting close. The right click. How is his fade still alive? Just kidding. They now faded away.
That was, without a doubt, the single strangest pistol round I think I have ever seen on the map of Bind. I mean, they defaulted B for a majority of the round, then fast rotate over to A, and then immediately call an audible to go through the teleporter there. And I gotta be honest, that had a lot of potential to fall apart there. All Killer Cropped really had to do was just get one there, potentially delay long enough for his team to come through and stop the plant from happening. But unfortunately, that's not what happens, and now UCSC is staring down the barrel of a 10-4 deficit, which is not where you want to be.
10-4 deficit, pretty solid though, because I mean, I think they might be able to bring it back. There's a tiny little chance, tiny chance.
Yeah, that's pretty small. And I mean, lots of shower control coming out from Crown the King as well, and it looks like they're going to show us how you properly hit A here.
Oh, I like what we're seeing. I mean, they're just jumping around. The Bobby, he's got himself that sheriff in hand, and he's ready to absolutely go murder spree with it. He just has to try to connect one shot. I love the smokes coming out from Gavin. That's what we like Astra in this pick, and there's a trade-off for Toasty on his teammate's death. Duper getting shut down. Deb takes down Egg, Initiator, Diff, but 18 HP is not where you want to be against Crop, who's stuck in U-Haul, and he's just going to get swung. Run and gun. 3 kills on that fade.
Really strong effort there from UCSC to try to do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to make much of a difference at this state in the game. I think maybe they probably should have forced. I think that last round might have been a good play for them, but now they are going to have mostly rifles in their hands, a Spectre in the hands of Dababi, so maybe just going to see Dababi playing in a trap setup on B long, I think, with Egg here, and we'll see if that actually pays off for him, as they do have the gamble stack towards B.
Got a tactic. Blocking vision.
Exactly, but let's see what's going to happen here. Oh, look at the util usage. All of the nades, but Duper with a double kill through the smoke. That is insanity. Gavin might be shut down, but you know who isn't right now? This Sky. It's just doing so good. It's a bulldog of all weapons attackers with that eco. This is a buy round for these poor defenders, and they're already getting double kill shut down. Let's see what's going to happen with the rotate moving forward. Mabaroshi holding that back, ready. But there's the nade. A little bit of a zoning from Toasty. And there's Bruno.
Satchel out.
Already dinked. Love the satchel charges. Able to try to push this man back. Bruno. He's got the Vandal. Come on here. It's a 3 against 4. They just have to try to get one, but they can't. Cropped. 163 is down.
Standing.
And Duper also dead. It's up to Mabaroshi. 30 HP. 1 headhunter. 9 bullets remaining. Swinging out. Dev's ready. He's ready to just pop and swing this. He's gonna do it. And it works! The pop and swing! Oh, the dirty plays. Honestly, what we're seeing from this team, it's evil.
You know, here's the thing. I actually really like that long play from UCSC. I think that the only thing that they were missing was a flash through the smoke. I mean, obviously Duper getting lucky and getting 2 through the smoke, but I don't know if I like them playing in the smoke. Instead, maybe take that aggression B, flash out of it, and then just, you know, mow them down as much as you can. But unfortunately now lost the bonus back on the Sheriffs. It's 11-4. This does not look good. I mean, it's really do or die here. I don't know if I can see them winning 8 rounds in a row if they lose this.
Yeah, 8 rounds in a row just to get the opportunity at tying to go into overtime, and maybe the tour de force is what they need to bring it back coming out from the chamber, but this chamber's already been doing everything for his team. Killer Crop though, are we having an issue of nobody checking corners? Killer Crop 163. That's what we like to see. Come on now. Oh, the wall bang though. Defense finally getting a little bit of an advantage over on these attackers. Maybe the comeback is potentially about to happen, or maybe not. Let's see what Duper can do here with the Phantom in hand.
He's got really good positioning here.
Oh, but positioning doesn't matter if this eco is working so favorably. And oh my god, the Thrifty is coming out. Killer Crop 163. That, I mean, he got himself 2 kills after the fact, which tells me that him sitting that corner. Remember, check your corners, please.
I also think Crown the King maybe getting a little bit greedy there. They had really good post-plant positioning there, ready for the push, and unfortunately, they didn't ever have to actually experience it because they just kept ego peeking to Bobby and Egg, you know, and they were just absolutely picking them off. So maybe Crown the King getting a little too ahead of themselves here. I think going forward, they just need to rediscipline themselves and remember that this is still a losable game. So if we see that change coming out from them, they should be able to close this one out. We do have a Nightfall on their side as well, but the Orbital Strike could counter any sort of sight hit.
Yeah, that's a trick. So let's see what's gonna have this go in.
Oh.
All right, Mabaroshi already on the flank, and oh, the lineup! The double kill for defense! What a player. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Bobby, you've got yourself a gun. Mabaroshi was just able to get 2 for free. I mean, this could be a potential comeback. You might have jinxed it there. Caster curse.
Oh no, what have I
Disco.
done?
What
they're
have you
fucking
done?
right.
You give people hope.
I have to
Okay,
spike
another one
down
down, and
A.
that's going to be Dev. Toasty, though, rotating over to where Gavin is. These are the 2 biggest fraggers for this team. 18 and 17, about to make it all that they need. Gavin, you've got that Vandal, but you're making a lot of noise stomping around like that. Toasty has nade, has 2 satchels. And Gavin, he's shut down. The nade might be enough, but it's all over. It's a 1 against 5. Toasty, you got this, though. It's got to be slow.
I mean, UCSC just completely dismantled that off the back of Mabaroshi's flank. Great timing for him to just kind of come around and flank showers. And now Toasty's just, I mean, he doesn't need to save here. I guess the best thing you could do is just try to walk away with some ult orbs in your pocket. And looks like he's going to be able to get one. 10 seconds left, though. There's not much else he can do. Yeah, that's just going to be an easy.
It's just going to be a save. I mean, it's kind of what you got to do, but Disco, do you think they actually have it in them to come back before these attackers can get 2 rounds in?
I mean, I don't think so. Especially when you're looking at Valorant too, the comebacks are so hard to stabilize because all it really takes is 1 round of, you know, a team having 3 or 4 ultimates to just invest to kind of turn it around. And with such a huge lead, so close to actually closing this out, I think it's all it's going to take is probably just a couple of ultimates, maybe some micro adjustments on their attack side, and they could just run away with this. Now, if UCSC does manage to make this really close and actually bring us up to maybe 10 rounds, then maybe we could start talking about the comeback.
Yeah, exactly. And comeback potential is always a very questionable thing. It's a point of debate. And the only person that is really actively debating that is Mabaroshi. He's the one trying to say, hey, I think our team's still in it. And Toasty and Gavin say, are you though? This is an argument that we're going to see unfold over the past and next few rounds.
Really strong read here too from UCSC. They're not really challenging short a lot. They seem to know that the pressure that they want is going to be more towards showers. So if they can continue to hold this down and stop this push, and they might actually be able to take this round again.
Face your fear!
Ooh, love the util coming out. Mabaroshi might actually get stuck here inside of Hookah. Sai already being very aggro, trying to make some space for his team, but Mabaroshi not stuck, instead getting the trade. Gavin, what are you going to do for the trade here? Sai on the flank already gets 1. The ult's coming out, but oh, not going to actually get shot, but Bruno with the double kill.
Down A.
Sai with the trade. Killer cropped 163, stood no chance, but this could be it for the attackers. A 2 against 2. Another nightmare, forcing this player out. Sai might have not wanted to peek that Wild Decade, but with the divide finally coming out from Gavin, 8 bullets remaining, he can reload without giving away his position, but instead he's just going to walk backwards to get the spike here. And the swing, oh, aiming right above Bruno's 4K MVP.
Wow, actually really smart time to use that orbital strike, break up the play a little bit, force some players out in the open, and then Bruno just immediately capitalizes off that and grabs 2, and it puts the spike in a very peculiar position. So now it is starting to look a little bit dangerous for Crown the King here. They're forced back onto another eco, and speaking of economy, UCSC is just starting to snowball. I mean, they're gonna have to take a few rounds off them before they're put into a bankrupt deficit. And honestly, it seems like they've made the right adjustments so far. So probably going to be another round for them here as Crown the King just goes for another slow default.
Wow, Mabaroshi though. He's bringing it back for his team. I gotta say, I might have been, joshing on him a little bit earlier in this game, but coming up past the half, he's absolutely brought it back for them. One thing I will say, though, Gavin might have kind of fallen back a bit. I mean, it could be that his eco has become dumpstered by just the plays that we're seeing from this defending team, but Bobby ready to chuck a nade right onto Toasty. And it's not going to do a whole lot of damage, but there's no longer any armor on these teammates. Duper, this is a good push. Broken record sound, a little bit of a scratch, but Showers, that's the push that you want to see. Mabaroshi gets 1, and Dev does take out the other, but Showers, not enough. Leaving only Gavin with this sheriff.
Taking that back.
Util dropping. A little bit of a peek coming out. Like this, he knows that there's one, but he just walks right in front, says, nice crosshair, buddy. What a pick. And Gavin, he's the double kill king. But when you want to crown the king and crown the MVP of the game, you're also going to have to do more than two.
Yeah, UCSC actually really utilizing their utility well. We talked about it earlier about how they were not finding a lot of value out of their util, but this time they've seemed to find the secret sauce a little bit. The paint shells coming out from Bobby to slow down the push and allow the teammates to rotate over. That's the kind of stuff that we want to see. Now a timeout coming in for Crown the King. Now I can only imagine what they're talking about here is most likely, I think, just going to be trying to find ways to win those early engagements. This team has had really good defaults in the past. They know how to use their utility well to take control of certain parts of the map. So maybe just capitalize more on that, start taking the space, win out the early duels, and possibly force the enemy team into a position that is favorable for your site hit. We've seen them do it before on Ascent. So I really don't see any reason that they shouldn't be able to pull it off here.
Yeah, and when you're gonna pull it off, you're gonna want to also do a timeout. You have allowed this team to get 4 up on you, the economy up on you, and with Mabaroshi now tied with Gavin, 21 and 15.
Here.
He's the guy you're gonna have to worry about, and I think they were talking about it in the pregame. This is the Chamber of the Ages. He is absolutely hitting his shots. Sai, however, the opposing Chamber has been losing the 1v1s against this core man, but let's see what's gonna happen. Even if they tend to lose this round, they'll have enough eco all the way till the end. We might actually see an overtime pop off here.
I'm questioning this default a little bit here. They're only 1 off for the Seeker, so it might be good to actually fight for that orb since we have the Showstopper. Showstopper Seeker combo could be really good for them, but I think instead they're just opting to solo off the Showstopper.
And it's done. Another Rosa ult from Toasty. Honestly, we saw what Toasty could do on Jet, but I don't think he could deliver the same amount of confidence and quality on Raze, because, not gonna lie, Raze doesn't make for the best opper. But with all that being said, there is no longer any ultimates on this attacking side. Yes, very close to the Seekers, but Seekers without a combination like the Showstopper, might as well not even use them.
Yeah, I mean, they basically got nothing out of that Showstopper. They don't even have hookah control right now. They're in a very tricky position, and I mean, UCSC is so stabilized, they don't even need to rotate off of A at all right now. They're so ready for this push.
I agree, but I mean, Toasty, he's been able to hit these shots, but look at that peek from Bruno. Lovely pre-fire, able to do a little bit of damage. They do spot one. Crop taking a lot inside of Tube. What a flick. Able to get one. Crop, he's holding it down, but Egg with the trade, but it's all over. Attackers finally taking a site. They're defaulting this perfectly, but here's a Showstopper. The combination, and oh, the bot. It's gonna get him. Now Spike is down in a 2 against 2. 2 ultimates here. This might not give up match point quite yet. It's up to Sai, and of course, Fade. Here comes a Showstopper.
Enemy remaining.
And here goes the Showstopper. Wow, I mean, it's supposed to be a showstopper, not a show stopped, but
yeah, that's not what you want to see. You don't want to get shut down like that.
Remember, let the satchel push you first, not the other way around. Here we go, Mabaroshi, 70 HP, being fully swung on, and here's the peek. He spots one. Dev playing it around the corner, and he wins it. 3 kills on the Fade, end up winning. Attackers the round, match point advantage. Now, they might not have enough money to full buy here, though, because they lost a lot of guns last round, and they have no ultimates to try to hold. They need to go for those orbs. 3 away by just 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really scrappy round, and it's good that they got away with it, you know, with the victory there. But like you said, the economy looking a little bit tough for them, but they should be able to farm an orb here for Sai, so he can go ahead and activate that Tour de Force. And the question is, would they rather have the Nightfall or the Cosmic Divide? And I'm leaning more towards the side of the Nightfall. I feel like that is probably the more advantageous for your site hits here. So we'll have to see how this plays out if they can actually gain control of showers here. Otherwise, this whole site hit might fall apart.
Well, they know they're now pushing into a guaranteed player. And oh, Sai boy! Using a Prowler as a blind to get the pick off, and Bruno, he's got to hold it against these three with Psy. He just got a pick, got his ult, and is ready to take this site. Duper holding that W, wants to get on here. Come on, get the shots off, and you can't, but there's still one U-Haul backing you up is Killer Crops 163. Look at these trades in such a short amount of time. All the space that Psy has made has been thrown out the window, dropped off a cliff, and leaving the baby here right on top of bomb and Gavin in the smoke.
This is gonna be really tough for Gavin here.
It's got to be very hard, but
Who's got the snacks?
went from hard to not his problem anymore. What a round. Now score 12-9. Still heavily could go over to the Crown team, but our Crown is Crown about to become a clown here when they want to try to get in. All of their eco is gone. They're gonna have to go for a buy for next round, guaranteeing a 12-10 and hopefully taking it back after that. But I don't know. Disco, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's difficult to say. I thought that round was actually really well played for Crown the King, and unfortunately, they lost the round that they really had no right to lose. So it's starting to look a little bit dangerous for them. I think they're starting to fall apart a little bit now. We have seen this team do some pretty nasty stuff on these ecos. 4 sheriffs in hand could be a lot, but just defaulting, waiting for a little bit of the aggression come out from UCSC, which they are not going to be giving them at all. So 2 ultimates online here, but I think most likely just going to wait to invest those in the next buy round, or unless they get a couple picks here.
Hard to get a pick when you're not going to hit your shot, but Boshi does know where Psy is, and a B is all alone. It's just the sky right now, anchoring inside of Elbow, waiting for his teammates to make noise, make rotations going, and we're gonna now have that full push out. Sheriff in hand to Bobby, getting the pick on a duper though. The spike will get down for money. They know that there are 2 inside of Elbow here, but with Sheriffs in hands in the hands of these players, they should be able to get all of the picks. Toasty with the toaster right next to him. And all the stun, it's enough, but is it enough when you're out of bullets? And there goes Psy as well. Killer Crops 163, he's performing today. Gets himself a 3K, leaving only G Gavin. Spike getting defused. Swinging him in. And he hits the head, and he gets the wall bang! Gavin! Gavin! Come on, Gavin! Ends the round! GG, another clutch, and that's gonna move him into game 2. Disco, I see your reaction, the look on your face. Tell me what's in your mind.
That was actually unbelievable play from Gavin to clutch that out. I mean, I knew there was a chance that they could bring it back on the eco there, but Gavin really just bringing his team to the victory there off of a 1v3 with a sheriff, showing everybody why Run It Back, Crown the King is a serious contender for taking this. Now, I will say, didn't know what to expect going in this for UCSC, but they've really brought it together a little bit there. I think if they hadn't had such a poor, I believe it was the attack side before, then, probably have a better shot at actually winning that. But we will be going to map 2, which is Ascent. So things could be different, though. We did see Crown the King look pretty dominant on Ascent. So hopefully UCSC has some strong plays in their playbook or some aces up their sleeve to try to win this out and take it to a map 3.
Yeah, and I mean, moving right into the map of Ascent, again, we've watched 3 Ascent games today, so let's see what's going to happen when they move into here. I am excited to say that it is actually going to be a switch. As we saw, the attacking side last game, of course, was that team Crown the King, but now they're going to have to start on defense, which was kind of rough for them. So this could be a completely different game. Might go into a game 3, but only time tells on the map of Ascent. So let's just keep saying what we might happen. Let's ask chat. Hey, chat, did you expect that clutch from Gavin? Hopefully that's clipped. It's going somewhere. TikTok, IGL. You guys also, if you want to hear an advertisement, of course you do, check out the Discord and the Twitter. New announcements coming soon about how the events are going to be put on. If you ever want to join the events, IGL puts on a lot, and they also have a new private matchmaking system that is in works and currently being beta tested by you guys. If you join the Discord, you can join for the first 100 people for free. So let's head on over to Ascent, get into this game, get ready to have some fun, and see if we're going to be ready to go. Hopefully, we don't have to cut to a commercial, but Disco, out of everything we've seen today from all games, who is the MVP for the plays?
Man, I don't know. It's got to be kind of a tie between Gavin and Toasty. I mean, these guys have been absolutely fired up. Like, I mean, all day. It seems like they have not been missing. Toasty, obviously, on Ascent, his jet is just completely nasty, so hard to penetrate. But Gavin, huge impact. I mean, I was a little skeptical going into this that Gavin was on the smokes as opposed to Duper, who we saw play Omen on Ascent.
Right.
And Gavin really seems efficient on his KO, playing off of his flashes. So I was a little concerned, but obviously showed me that there was nothing to be worried about because he can win a 1v3 with a Sheriff's in hand. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar comp again here on Ascent from Crown the King, or if maybe they're going to try to bring out something a little bit different. So could be closer than we might think, but you know, UCSC definitely shown us that they have what it takes to at least keep it close. I think they have the potential to beat this team. It just takes them a little bit to adjust, you know.
Yeah, and on the map of Ascent, let's talk about strategy for these guys. We've already seen the Ascent map be played a lot when we know the kind of comps that we like, and I understand you might be a broken record, Disco, but if you start saying Sova again, okay, Sova was a great pick. It was absolutely vital in getting off what we like to see the last time we watched Ascent, but I want to see something different. I want to see the triple initiator strat that a lot of pro teams are rocking right now. Triple initiator. You got KO, Sky, Sova, okay? Maybe KO, Sky, Fade. Something like that can easily win because KO is just a better duelist. And if you were a Counter-Strike player, you would understand how powerful KO is with his flashbangs, you know, his ability to get in there. But, you know, moving forward, I'm also excited to say that players like Killer Cropped were performing so well, or should I say Killer Cropped 163, as well as Egg W. They were able to get in here every time, but I think that we're waiting for that team to get together. So let's do one commercial break. Remember, ads help pay for not only production, but also for the teams themselves. So let's cut to a quick ad break, and we'll see you guys once everybody is ready for game 2. Alrighty, I think we are now back into the game, and thank you for watching that commercial break again. But right before we cut to commercial, we left you on a cliffhanger. We were talking about what they were picking, and here are the results. Hey, look at that. Is that
I love
a
it.
Sova?
I love it.
Is that 2 Sovas on Ascent?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what I was talking about last time around, right? There was no answer to Toasty's operator because they didn't have the right utility to push him off. But now we do see the Sova pick, and I do think that we might actually get a little bit of a solution to Toasty's reign of terror. And Killjoy pocket pick, also nothing to shy away at. We could see some really big plays coming out from Killjoy. I love seeing some of the kit setups that people run with Killjoy on Ascent. Not a very common pick these days.
Yeah, but Ascent is the map you're going to find a Killjoy. Other maps, Fracture, very solid on attack, being able to completely shut down a site in a safe location for it. But, I mean, looking at the Sentinel pick, it's a very similar team to what we saw the first time Team Crown the King played. Almost the exact same. It is the exact same team composition.
The exact same comp, yeah.
They know that, hey, we might have won, but it was a little bit too close for comfort. Let's see what is going to happen when they now bring it back here. And as we follow our observer, Hydra, let's get right into this. And of course, good luck, have fun to the players, and good luck, have fun to the viewers. If you guys like what you see, check the Twitter at IGLeague Sports. League Sports? You know what? That sounds funny.
Yeah,
League
Sports.
IG League Sports. But anyways, we're in here. I'm just the best advertiser, obviously. I need to get paid way more.
You're doing great. You got that crisp, commercial voices. You're absolutely crushing it.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of crushing it, do you think that we're going to see the same kind of gameplay coming out from Gavin now that he's not on Smokes?
I mean, I sure hope so, to be honest. I'm kind of, he's like my new Hyun Min.
Oh, wow. Hyun Min, you hear that? I know you're watching. You might be playing games since you were 13, Hyun, but are you really better than the boy Gavin? I mean, I'm surprised. We're hyping up Gavin, but he's out there peeking one-way smokes and taking a little bit of damage from Egg. But here we go.
Getting a little bit of information out there for his team. I suppose they do know that there's going to be at least one, most likely two, over towards the sides of A. What's really interesting here, though, is what Dababi is doing. Pretty much just playing spawn, anticipating, a rotate to either one of the sides. He wants to be able to get there quick. Meanwhile, Toasty just going to be challenging mid here, but not actually going to take any of the space off of it, looks like.
Not able to take that space, but Dev here, I like what he's doing. He's got his lineup set up, and perfect timing to launch it, but he's still gonna connect the Egg. Killer Cop 163 takes down side. Gavin taking out Killer Cop 163, but everybody's on site right now, and that's a pick from Toasty. Gavin now swinging his way around, and there we go. Toasty on that double kill. Maraboshi in the heaven is gonna get spotted out. Ooh, the shock dart on to Devin, a little bit of silver dip, but Toasty, he's on 3, he wants 4, and he's ready to keep trying to keep it going. And what a pick! Gavin close range.
Yeah, actually, Duper was really just trying to go for the knife there. I think they're feeling a little confident here. They're trying to get inside the heads of UCSC Gold, and maybe that is the right move. A little psychological warfare. What do you think?
Psychological warfare is kind of what you want to do. You got to make sure that you're in their heads like just someone who's completely gaslighting you. Always gaslight your enemies. Write this down, everybody. Mental manipulation. That's the strategy. But all jokes aside, round 2 is started, and it's going to be a full save coming out from the defense. And it's pretty much going to be a 0-2 unless we see this Killjoy over at B absolutely shut it down with only a classic, but util dumpage is what you like to have.
Yeah, this is kind of the ideal setup for Crown the King here. Obviously, just contact pushing off of the gun difference here, and now Killjoy's been forced into a pretty bad position. So mostly a free site should be pretty easy for them, but we're going to be looking at a 5v5 retake. So there is an opportunity here for UCSC to do some damage to the economy.
Economy damage, very vital and important, but look at Bruno right here. He's got himself a classic and a little bit of util that does quite a bit of damage here. So Duper has that Spectre, though. How many people can he shut down with this very aggressive push? He's going to get a little bit from that Sheriff wallbang, and he's actually going to get dinged. The Bobby reading it like a book, but Toasty doesn't care. Gavin gets one. And it's going to be a push. Everybody's just getting shredded, but Killer Crop 163 is the MVP. Never mind, Dev is going to uninstall this man.
Yeah, good round coming out from Crown the King, obviously. Just getting in there, securing it. I really like the repositioning from Duper there to kind of try to challenge it and buy some more time, but they were able to get a couple of guns out of him. Not really ideal. I'd say you probably want to get 3 on your anti-eco, but I guess it doesn't really matter now because we have the rifles in hand. The only person not really bought up is the Bobby. Again, it's just being punished for that sheriff buy. I mean, he was able to do some damage with it, but now stuck with a Spectre on your rifle round is not really where you want to be, and it looks like the stack is going to be going over towards A, so this is going to be his opportunity to try and make up for it.
One thing though, Toasty 1 away from knives, so even though he has no gun, he's going for that orb. He wants to get his knives up, knives out, and 1 tap's ready. This is a great third round ultimate coming out from a Jet.
Get out of my way!
The real question is, do they actually decide to commit to A here, or is this just, you know, fake pressure? Because we do see that we have Psy on the lurk over there, and oh my god!
Oh, Toasty! It's a generator pick right off the bat onto Killer Crop 163. The smoke's absolutely shut out. It's kind of sad. I mean, Disco, you were seeing that too. The Omen was so ready for it that he was watching it for 20 seconds and he still let it happen to him. That's gotta hurt. But
Yeah,
Duper.
well, I mean,
Yikes.
Toasty starts getting going. You know, it's really hard to slow that man down, but now look at that. They're going right into the Killjoy utility. This could do a lot of damage. Toasty down 25 HP here.
I also do, but Sai, look at this util. Broshi holding it down, but 180! What is happening? But he's now dead. Dev giving him a new patch note. Let's see what's gonna happen from Egg with the flashbang, popping off, wanting to push forward.
Planted.
Here we go. 1, not 2 though. Beautiful pick every single time. The Bobby. 1v1. Sai holds that down. Both of them having pretty cheap weapons, but he's just gonna stick it a half. And I think Sai knows.
Oh
What was
no!
the play? I mean, to Bobby, you're gonna have to try to swing out in a 1v1. You're not getting covered again, but that's a bonus win for this team and a bonus win on attack when you are just absolutely crushing it. I'm kind of scared because remember on Ascent what Toasty was doing with that op on defense? That's gonna happen again. We know that their defense is almost impeccable, and it's gonna happen if we don't see a shutdown right now. You have to take this game back, but look at them. They have Spectres, Stingers, and Sheriffs. All of the S's, but none of the skills.
I mean, they haven't even needed really to challenge mid at all. Their sight hits have been so strong here, and probably going to be able to punish Killer Cropped off the aggression here. Oh, but no! Killer Cropped actually able to find one on Toasty. That's a very big opening pick.
A huge opening pick. Gavin doing the best he can. So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. Sai not able to get the pick onto Egg, but like an egg, he's ready to get cracked here with the 1 taps moving forward. Let's see if that is actually going to live up, or am I hyping up a dead man?
Wow, Crown the King really giving UCSC a lot of respect here, not running right into this eco stack, which is actually really huge for them.
Bruno, oh no, Gavin goes down even with a gun. I mean, the weapon difference should have made it so he wins that, but unfortunately not. And Sai here and his teammate mid right now, 3 against it. This is the thirsty that you need to go. Pick right onto 1. That's what you like. You don't want to give out too much
30
info.
seconds left.
But Duper, he's so close and ready to go. The paranoia, it's ready. It bites off the head of this player. Oh, Egg W. Honestly, I'm surprised. Even though they don't have the weapon advantage, they're absolutely shredding these players. I like this play from Duper. Very aggro, which you kind of have to be. You have to guarantee picks, but when your teammate is so low, if you die being this aggro, it's over. 1, 2, but
oh my
Duper doesn't die. He dupes 2 kills. He dupes 4. What a clutch from Duper. Oh my god. That's what we like to see.
Unbelievable play from Duper. Actually, such good timing there to clutch that out. And unfortunately, UCSC kind of, underhanding the round to them, I think, a little bit there. I was starting to get worried because we did see a little bit of something similar happen in the last map after losing the bonus. UCSC was able to bring it back, and it was actually a pretty decent Thrifty here. But now it's time to try to find an answer, and I think it's all going to come down to Mabaroshi and how well he can start anchoring because I mean, the retake is just not been their strong suit so far.
Not the strong suit, but look at this attack. Bruno already shutting down Gavin, but when you have a smoke and your teammates with you, you're just able to hold that down. But oh my, looks like Sai is going to secure the pick. What a shot. These attackers are doing such a great job. Able to pick himself back up, get the kill down. But Bruno, he's got his ultimate, but he can't connect to anybody, and he's stuck having it out. Here comes the paranoia, hugging the close. He thinks there's one behind him, but he checks it. Oh, the one tap. All he needs is 2 bullets, 1 dream, 2 players pushing him. Switches over to the Phantom. Here we have Toasty on the aggress. Wants to get this pick. I think we might see a 5-0. I mean, it's a guarantee at this point, unless Bruno can stop the 5-0. And there's 1, but there's not 2. Dev getting it down.
Toasty really going for the 360 there, man. You gotta love him, folks. It's players like this that make the game fun to watch. And I gotta say, I'm really surprised that Crown the King is so dominant in this half because we can see they're not really expending that much utility for these site hits. It's almost like they're just running off of pure confidence. They're just going in and just diffing the other teams. Sure, we're smoking things off, but we could see like they barely even use any of the shock darts. The drone is still in their back pocket, which you see a lot of teams burn that kind of utility very early on into the round. So this is just clearly a little bit of a difference here, but it could be the hubris that shuts them down.
I mean, that's a massive pick right there. And it's all that they need to keep it going. But look at that already. So much damage. Bruno, he's hugging onto mid, but no one's going to really want to peek him. But, I mean, 5-0. It's just so clean. Duper already at 8 kills. Has his ultimate in case he wants to rotate over to A. But, I mean, doesn't really have to. They sort of get through this one person. Duper now popping his ultimate, getting himself into Boathouse, is going to not spot this player. And he's getting one. Gavin gets the trade. Duper hugging that site, making sure that there's nobody else there. But Site's now fully in control of this attacking side. Disco, what was that shot from Bruno? Stop pulling your knives out, guys. I get it, you paid $50, but
It's a very tough retake for them, but it's actually doable. I like the drone, getting some good information for them, trying to get a wallbang kill through here, but it's not going to be enough. Now, hopefully the shock dart can do enough chip damage to enable this push. They do have the null command online.
This is definitely, I think, honestly, this is going to be the round they win, unless Gavin just continues to beat himself. Toasty getting 1. Not getting wall bangs, but oh, Gavin, he's there. 6 HP remaining on Egg. The ult might be up, but you can't get res if your teammates are dead. What is happening here? 3 bullets. You can't reload. You're stuck. But you don't need to reload. The last bullet in a 1v1. Toasty, very low. And Toasty gets the shot, though. I almost thought the retake was possible, but Toasty at 20 HP gets 2 kills.
You know, when you said that that might be the round that UCSC wins, I actually agreed with you, and not even just because there was such win potential in that retake, but they actually kind of found the crack a little bit in Crown the King's attack side. It's just that they were just punishing the fact that Crown is not running that much map control. Unfortunately for Bruno, he actually makes the wrong play, so he's pushing up Cat, he's holding mid, and that's really, really important. But instead of holding the tiles and waiting for the cross, he actually decides to aggressively spawn, and I think that ends up giving them way too much space to work with. So they need to tighten that up because they can win these rounds if they can just find a way to punish the lack of map control that Crown has here.
Exactly. Now, what we are seeing here is Dev already at 2 HP, getting just wallbang through the corner. And the thing about the Sword of Force, it only does 100 or 148 damage. But we have Gavin inside of the tiles, looking for a pick on the guy Catwalk or Cubby. Smoke is now depleted. But, I mean, defense, they're in shambles right now, relying so heavily on just this ultimate coming out. But, I mean, the operator.
I do like this positioning from Mabaroshi as well. It's really going to come down to whether or not they decide to actually clear this out, because he does have the lockdown available as well.
does have that lockdown, but he's been the first to die every single time. And lockdown's better for retake than holding. But he's dead. I mean, it's a worthwhile trade considering you're taking out Gavin for the price of Mabaroshi. But Mabaroshi, you were the top frag
30
last game. You
seconds
are
left.
a solid fragger. Maybe going for 2, but Dev already holding the flank, getting another one.
Spike
I
planted.
mean, this might go just 0 to 13 at the rate that we're seeing here.
Positioning for UCSC is really poor too. They don't have a lot of leverage in this retake edge.
God, the util just crushing them. 0 and 7. I say that again. 0 and 7. There's not even a chance to tie this half, and you haven't gotten a single point yet.
And this isn't even Crown's best side. This isn't like they're way better on defense than they are on attack, and they are absolutely crushing UCSC on this. I mean, I don't. We saw UCSC kind of bring it back a little bit last map, but this feels lost. I mean, I do like the setup that they're doing now. It looks like they're just going to try to challenge mid, which I do think is a very good play because they might actually be able to get a crunch here, depending on whether or not Killer Crop utilizes maybe a paranoia here to try to slow things down. Oh, but the null command shuts that down completely, Edge.
It does shut it down, but one thing that we have to acknowledge is Bruno able to try to push in. And what is he doing? He's just murdering everybody but Duper on that 2K. But here we go. The res turning the 2v3 into a 2v1. Put the spray. Toasty, check behind you. Try to get on that site, and you might be able to clutch this. It's a 1 against 2. The killjoy is low, but in a 2 against 1, this could be the first round we see win. Dashing across. No more smokes. Has to pop his ultimate to get the running accuracy. I like that big brain play coming from this Jet main.
Wow, that is actually very, very smart. Now, he's going to be met with a lot of deactivated utility here, but that's not going to be enough for the mollies because he can cop those at any point. So now 1v2, the spike is going to come down. He's only got 70 HP, and it looks like UCSC is actually taking the tree approach through Cat, which I think is not going to be the best play for you here if the door is closed.
It will give away position, but I mean, honestly, I kind of wish that they had went around. They had enough time, but they didn't. But here we have Tree getting shot open, and he spots him to the right, and there you go. Mabaroshi does get shut down. Toasty though, knives out. This is what he pocketed before. He spots Eggy.
Oh, that hurts.
You can't let Toasty get away with that. You cannot let him run away. I don't think they respected him enough there, swinging in 1 by 1. That should have been totally winnable for them. He was in a very risky 50-50, and he ended up walking away with it because I don't think they gave him the respect that he deserved. We saw Mabaroshi just running in kind of solo with Egg, you know, not very close behind. It was a very good round for them. I think it was very winnable, but it just sort of started to fall apart there towards the end. Maybe the nerves getting to them. So there is a chance. I mean, 4 rounds is the best scenario that you could possibly look into now, and I don't know if it's going to happen.
One thing I gotta say is I kind of wish that, you know, this defensive team got 1 round, just 1. It was a 2 against 1, but Toasty's that guy, and he might be a fan favorite. And I just want to preface this: us casters, we have no bias, but we do have to try to say for a little bit of our opinions. And as of right now, we're just not seeing UCSC actually be able to compete against this team. Like Bruno, though, he's bringing this A game.
Spike down A.
No caster curse. You're welcome. But is it enough?
It looks like they're just going to be taken off. They're really trying to bait into Devabi's judge play here, but going to be a little too late. The real question is, are they going to win out this fight over in mid?
Wow.
Killer Crop here is in a great position to find one. He's going to take a second one as well, and finally, they're going to be on the board with 1 round. We got there, Edge. We got there.
They're on the board. It's comeback season today. Killer Crop's 163, ready to get his 2. But we can disco. How many ultimates do we have building right now for attackers? Yes, defense has so many ults right now that honestly, they should be able to win this game. But Mabaroshi, he's been holding on to that for how many rounds? 4 or 5?
That's a good
Does
spot.
this feel a little familiar to you? I feel like we experienced this exact same thing on Ascent last week. A Killjoy not investing their lockdown. It's such a good ultimate. It can help them swing rounds, but he's just not finding the right time to play it. And now look, they're completely rolling over them in mid.
Yeah, you know, the worst thing you can do to an ult is not use it. That's something like, if you get the ultimate, it secures your kills. You'll get it back. Now that it's already 1 in 8, there's not enough rounds for him to use it and have it again. But if he used it earlier, he could have just built it up by then. But Sai absolutely getting battered by flashbangs and bullets. This is doing such a great job. But the Bobby is just stuck behind the wall. Oh, 58 damage. Luckily, was able to tag Duper a little bit. But here comes the TP away. And they know he's pushing them. But wow, Duper is just that guy, able to hit the headshot onto the Bobby. And we do have Bruno. Bruno's been the fragger, the Silva, the Mr. Disco's absolute clutch man. And favorite agent.
So we have a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury online. I mean, if they play this well, which I don't think the extensive peak on Heaven here is to play, they actually do have a shot at taking this round as well. The 3v3 Duper is, you know, just look at him wrong and he'll die.
I mean, Spike is still down mid right now. And luckily, Omen is going to pop his ultimate to try to get it. Baits it a little bit, but 12 seconds and Toasty backing his teammate up. Bruno's now down. It's a 2 against 3, and we know how that works in a 2 against 1. How's it going to go down here? Egg swinging out, tagging Toasty for about 40. Needs to tag him more if he wants to win this round, and he can't. Toasty is there, and they might have won the last round, but Mabaroshi, you need to try here. Why do you still have the lockdown? It's just,
well, now there's no shot. Now there's no shot at doing it.
I mean, the lockdown scares them off the site, could get them onto the point.
Finished.
But he just has to actually use it.
Imagine if I died.
But he's just gonna sit, not even put up his
enemy remaining.
turret. But there's no time. The bomb's gonna blow up. Mabaroshi is going down. But I mean, we're seeing a lack of utility. He had his alarm bot. He had his turret, and he just didn't use it. If instead he plants the turret in front of him, gets him some information, maybe even body blocks some bullets, he can go for the defuse. But this Killjoy is lacking in what Killjoy does.
Yeah, I think mentally UCSC maybe falling apart a little bit there as well. I think Bruno overextending on that push, not waiting for his team to regroup, and really no pressure towards mid or any util to, you know, stop Toasty from doing what Toasty does. And he just gets in there, gets him for free, and now we're back in the same scenario. We have a lockdown still online, and it's time to activate it. We do have a null command as well that could be used for retake, so we have a lot of good utility ultimates and so on in the back pocket of UCSC. The question is, are they actually going to invest them? Like, at what point do they decide it's worth it to try to win the round?
You know, I think at any point it's worth it, but it's just like, you just have to understand that it is worth so much. But the fact that we didn't see him use an alarm bot or his turret just tells me that this man is not comfortable on the agent he's selected. But he's comfortable hitting one tap to the sheriff, but again, he's dead. No ultimate. Again. I think he's not going to be able to use it the entire half.
Yeah, this is a really rough position to be in. We do have the null command still, and from the shadows, so there is pinch potential here if Killer Crop decides to pop this in a very valuable manner, I guess.
Wow, Egg W able to get 1, but he needs a reset, and Sai says no thank you. Dev getting on 2 and a 3 in total. Attackers 10-1. I think Disco, I asked if this was going to game 3.
Last round before the switch.
I said 3, not is the game free. It's a little bit different.
Oh, I see. I think I misunderstood you.
Yeah, I gotta tell these these players here, I think they heard me wrong as well. But I mean, it's the last round before swap, and you have to go 10-2 if you even want a chance. If it goes 11-1, Toasty's op is gonna come out, and it's over.
I mean, here's the thing. We've all had those games. We've played ranked games where we've thrown bigger leads than this, I'm sure. So it is possible, but at the very least, they need to win this out. This is your last chance to activate the lockdown. Hunter's Fury coming out, just trying to open some space up over towards A, and A will punish him.
I mean, the Ares, it's a useful item, but Gavin doesn't care, but Gavin doesn't have to care. He's dead to a nade. The fragment coming out into Bobby getting
Spike
fixed.
down A.
But it's now 2v4. And Duper, he's won this
Last
before.
player standing.
But now he's not winning anybody. This is honestly the best round we've seen all game. If only it didn't come out at the last round. There's the trade, but
Good fundamentals.
Good fundamentals.
I mean, what else is there to say?
Switching
Enough aim
sides.
labs. But can we say good fundamentals when knowing how to play Killjoy, if you're going to pick it, is a fundamental cause? But enough talk about this poor man, Mabaroshi. He did do so well last game. I think he's earned our respect as an aimer, but he's just not performed today, and neither has the Bobby. But now that they're on attack, Jet should be coming up here. But Toasty, 15 and 8.
Look at this this play they're setting up for too. It looks like they're just gonna try to do a flash and dash straight into tiles. This might actually be a bloodbath really early on into this round because we can see that UCSC is posted up and prepared to fight mid. So depending on how many people they actually end up sending here, a great paranoia setup from Duper. This could be huge.
Could be massive. Duper able to get the paranoia, and Toasty gets 2. Bruno gets the trade off, but oh my, the Killjoy finally putting it down the turret to get some damage dealt. But now they have to push in. They've already lost 2. Gavin gets 1. Dev gets the other, and that's the fastest pistol we've seen on Ascent today.
Wow, truly a recipe for success. I actually love that setup. That is a great pistol round. You have the KO with the flash drive ready to go, Jet dashing straight into tiles, and then the paranoia to cover any other sort of zoning around the lobby or the outside of tiles, and it paid off for them at dividends. We saw Toasty getting in there, just absolutely destroying them, and now it's 11-2. We've got guns in the hands of Crown the King, and it looks like they are deciding to do a force over on the side of UCSC, which is I think the right call here.
Right. And, you know, they're trying to push right in, but oh my, the blind to Bobby getting his 5th kill of the game, actually taking out one of the biggest players. But here we have Sai when you try to avenge his teammate, and there you go, check your corners every time. Duper with the shorty getting another, and oh, it's just gonna be over here. It's up to this man. Killer cropped 1-6-3, and you're just gonna stand there with your arms open for a hug, and he's gonna answer with some bullets. Look at that match point secured.
Match point.
Wow. Difficult to think that, you know, the last time we saw Crown the King here against Team Valor, it was a lot closer of a game, and, you know, obviously UCSC has even less answers for the dominant defense half that these guys can show, and apparently attack half as well. I mean, it's really do or die here, 12-2. There's really no chance that I think they can come back from this. If they do win this round, though, I will be really impressed, and I think they just kind of need to try to slow things down a little bit and expect this aggression, which is exactly what they do.
Wow. I mean, honestly, Toasty's getting absolutely shut down by this new attacking Jet, but the problem is that he's gonna get traded out to Bobby. Is bringing his A game here, knowing even though they do have to win 10 to tie, I don't think he's giving up. I really don't, and you can't give up when so much money is on the line. But Duper already taken down 1. Spike stuck outside of lobby, needs to get picked up by the KJ, and a rotate needs to come out. But mid is currently under full control over these attackers. We have Gavin in catwalk. Gavin on cat, very powerful, needs to try to get at least 1 or 2 picks, and he's able to get 1 and back himself up. Spike potentially gonna go down. The util dump, the spray, and Gavin gets the spike down.
Spike down mid.
Killer Crop doing what he can. Sai gets 1. It's all up to Crop. Yet again, he's going to try to fake the TP, but they're just going to rush it down, and he gives it away. But oh, it's all over, Gavin!
Defenders
GG, another triple to end the game. And that's going to be over. Wow, some of these players disconnecting before the animation even stops. That's got to hurt, going 13-2. But hey, honestly, I got to say, we got to hand it to UCSC Gold. They performed, they got to the semis, they got to the finals, and they did fairly well. But MVP right now, Disco, who was it? Who was the player?
Man, it's still got to be Gavin for me. I mean, the impact on the utility, every single kill was pretty much winning them around. I mean, Toasty obviously getting out there and just fragging out for the team, top fragging, I think, every single game, which is great. But Gavin really setting up the team for success there. And I mean, we just watched some of the most dominant Valorant I think I've seen in a finals for any of these tournaments so far. So
Yeah.
gonna have to give it to Gavin there. What are your thoughts?
I gotta say, Gavin definitely game 2 and 3, but Toasty on game 1, it's gonna be the GGs right there. Our game, our first game semis, Toasty in the semis. But that's a GG. Also, if you guys, also Duper's 4K, gotta mention Duper's 4K.
Oh, yeah.
The double spray down. Everybody on that team performed once or twice amazingly. But hey guys, that's going to be the end of the Neon Black series today. If you guys want to check out our sponsor, check them out. Just go into their website, gives them a knowledge that we are still advertising them. And if you want to check out websites, IG League has a great website with custom matchmaking and private matchmaking. So check it out over there. Don't also forget that me and Disco, we're casters and we're on Twitter. So if you guys want to support what we do here, check out Disco. Disco, where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find me at DiscoCasts on Twitter, and I believe yours is very similar, right? We're very creative.
Yes. Unfortunately for me, I don't actually get the rights to at EduCast because it's somehow taken. But you guys can find me at EducateNator over on Twitter. And again, if you ever want to compete in one of these tournaments and can dethrone the Crown Kings, then do that in the Discord right here, right now. Links should be here, and the game should be over. So thank you all for watching. Special thanks to Hydra for putting on the show and IGL for allowing us to cast. Disco, bye-bye. And say bye, everybody. Wave to
Bye,
the camera.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
You